Righty, for the record, Councilmember Fimbres is attending this meeting electronically through Teams. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Item 1, I requested an item with Dr. Cullen to present an overview of the fentanyl crisis, including a public health approach, best practices for combating the crisis, and initiatives currently underway in both Pima County and the city of Tucson. I would love to be able to invite Dr. Cullen, Chief Kasmar, and Dr. Lanias to join us at the table if possible. If you have some space. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Cullen. Thank you so much for joining us today, as well as your incredible work that you're doing with our team, Chief Kasmar and Director Lanias at Community Safety, Health, and Wellness. I've asked for this item today because it's important for me to address the use of fentanyl and opioids in our community. For a long time, we have been living through a public health crisis, and we need to make sure that we work on this together. The city of Tucson sees the concerns and the crisis within our families, in our streets, and we are not experts in this particular field. And a lot of people confuse putting the effects of what fentanyl and opioids is causing in our families and our individuals on the shoulders of our public safety team. And this particular concern, it's two issues. And we've got to be able to target these issues separately. And so it is not one single cause of addiction or substance use that we can point to, or a single problem that stems from it. In reality, it's a super complex issue that we have an opportunity as a city of Tucson and Pima County and the Public Health Department in Pima County to tackle head on in partnership. And just like it is not fair to put on the shoulders of the city of Tucson the causes of homelessness, it's also not realistic to put on the shoulders of Pima County Health Department the opioid and fentanyl crisis that we are seeing throughout the country. Working together in partnership, we can go much further in making sure that we're keeping our community safe and healthy and well. But it'll take a good partnership between us and to bring in both the state and federal governments to work on issues that are complex and that have been societal ills for decades now. And so, Dr. Cullen, I just want to make sure that I thank you for being here today. I know that you have paid much attention to this issue. And as a public health expert, we're asking for your guidance and your help to work with us collaboratively within our jurisdictions, with nonprofit partners, with the medical community, with other jurisdictions, including state and federal governments, to help develop our plan. And so I thank you. I know that you do have a plan, and I'd like to invite you to present today. I just wanted to give an opportunity for our city manager. See if you'd like to add anything, Mr. Ortega.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. I think you encapsulated it very well up front. I think the magnitude of this challenge is something that we haven't ever faced, quite frankly. And it will take a significant effort on all of our part and our partners to address it going forward. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Cullen.
So I'd like to ask Dr. Cullen to present, and then if Dr. Alanias, you'd like to add to the conversation, and of course, Chief Casmore, if you can close us down, and then we can open it for commentary. Dr. Cullen, thank you so much for joining us.
Great. Well, first off, I want to express my gratitude to be invited to work collaboratively with you as we've done over the last 3.5 years since I've been here. I cherish that relationship that we've developed with the city. And as you've stated, Dr. Romero, the only way we will be able to impact the current situation is to work together. Collaboration starts with the community, with family members, with individuals, with the CBOs, the community-based organizations, with first responders, with law enforcement, with everyone. This is a tragic problem throughout the country. Pima County and I think the city of Tucson have recognized the extent of this issue. What I'm going to do today is quickly, as you know, there's lots of information on this. We've tried to summarize it in a way that will enable you to see the extent of the problem, what we have currently done, where we currently have some funding, and what we envision for the future. I would encourage all of us to recognize that this is hard work. As I've said in the past, fiscal resources are not enough to get us out of the current situation. It will require us to work collaboratively together and to really try to envision new ways and additional ways of addressing this problem. So our first slide is always our land acknowledgement for the Pima County Health Department, and you can see it here to acknowledge the historical lands of Tonatham and Pasquayaki and other indigenous people. Next slide. Ooh, should I be doing that? Thank you so much. Hopefully I can figure it out. This, right? Can't be that hard, right? This? Yeah. Okay, there. City of Tucson fentanyl study session. Here is the overview. These are areas that we were asked to address, and we will go through it, the current situation for Pima County within the national fentanyl crisis, and we'll go through these other things. I will say 2 weeks ago, I was at a big city health coalition with people that are public health, cities like San Francisco, New York, Chicago, Atlanta, cities that we know are really confronting this as we are. We came together to try to figure out and brainstorm what are new things we can do. Some of that information is included here about some innovations, but what we all recognize is nobody has figured this out yet. We're all making inroads and we are saving lives, but we're not doing enough for the crisis yet. So where are we in 2023? And you can see these numbers. 21, over 107,000 people died. Opioid-related overdoses account for 75% of the deaths. So remember, people still do die of overdoses of additional medicines. Here, more than 5 people die each day from opioid overdoses. We get a monthly report from the state that shows us where first responders, law enforcement, and other people have responded to overdoses. We do know that there are hotspots in the city, but we also know that it is throughout the city and throughout the county. We also know that we have at least a death a day. So it's a fairly significant impact on what we're doing. Oh, let me go back. And you guys know fentanyl, it's a potent synthetic opioid. This is our fatal overdoses. You can see the quantity involving fentanyl, and you can see the percent involving fentanyl for 2023. We're at 374. This goes through July. We did see a little drop of 2 people between 21 and 22, but you can see that dramatic spike between 2019. Lots of speculation about how much of this was due to COVID, to isolation, to the secondary consequences we know that occurred during the pandemic. However, we're not seeing a leveling off at this point. And as you know, any kind of limitations that existed during that time period no longer exist. This is just a chart of our overdoses, and you can see the annual overdose compared to the annual fentanyl death. And you can see the age grouping. The age grouping, I think, is really important. There's some perception that the only people that are dying of fentanyl are young or less than 30. And you can see here, there are obviously people dying of fentanyl in older age groups. That should give you an indication that when we geomap where we're seeing deaths, they're not just in one area. This is something that everyone has been affected. Most people know someone who knows someone that has experienced an overdose, if not a death secondary to fentanyl. So let me talk to you a little bit about what we're doing currently in Pima County. We could spend an hour alone on this, and what I've tried to do is just pull everything together. You may recall in 2017, and this is not on the slide, Governor Ducey did a declaration about opioids as a crisis. At that same time, the Board of Supervisors indicated that there was a recognition of the overdose situation, that we needed to pay more attention, research to that. In 2021, you see that Pima County Health Department developed our first opioid response plan, and you can see here what the response strategies are. These response strategies still continue to today. They have been recognized as best practices. And some of this is because we know we have to work with stakeholders, we have a goal, and also the role of data, because without data, we are unable to do what we would call rapid cycle innovations. What we know is that we do a lot of work in the community. We need to be able to assess the impact of that work and to also be willing to take risk and try new innovations, new interventions, and see if they will make a difference. The only way we can do that, however, is to continue to track the data there. So our current response efforts are up here. There's our current response efforts. I'm going to talk briefly about these again, but these are things that you should be aware of, and I'm sure you have: harm reduction, education, anti-stigma, medication for opioid use disorder, that's called MAT for short, medication for practices for treatment retention. Remember, it's not enough for us to have an acute intervention. Addiction is a disease, and it can be a chronic disease. So what that means is that during the phase of going from acute to chronic situations, we have to be able to have resources and be able to support that individual, that family, that part of the community through that process itself. The justice-involved population is critical, and the ability to ensure that we have harm reduction available to that population, and then this near real-time data that we've talked about. I'm going to now talk about two interventions, two initiatives that the county has. The first is the Overdose to Action Local. It's called OD2A Local. This is a CDC foundational grant that we just received this fall. Up till now, we have never received this funding. The reason for that is it was never available for local communities of our size. However, we were solicited to apply for this funding. Overdose to Action State continues today. Overdose to Action Tribe continues today. And those have historically been funded for the last 5 to 10 years. This is new funding that's coming into Pima County. It's significant funding for us. It's $12.5 million a year. We believe, and that's a stable fund of about $12.5 million over 5 years, $2.5 million a year. We expect to be able to sustain that, and we do hope that there may be additional funding. You can see the 6 areas here. These are dictated by CDC. They're based on best practices, so we have to, as part of our grant, respond to each of these areas. We believe these areas are critical. The one we have not done very much historically is the 5th one down, clinical and health system best practices. This is related to changes in prescribing practices for healthcare providers based on a new CDC guidance from 2022. The guidance before that from 2016 you may be aware of, which was you really shouldn't give opioids to anybody. At this point, that guidance has changed. Much more appropriately for me as a physician is if you are in acute pain and or even chronic pain, prescribing opioids to you may be safe and may be the best option. So we have partnered with the University of Arizona Pain and Addiction Center to work on this with us to ensure that we can educate the healthcare provider community. The reason why this is important is we know that when people are in pain, and we know there's multiple kinds of pain: emotional, psychosocial, spiritual, physical, historical. People will seek relief, and sometimes they seek opioids in that relief. So by doing this, we hope to be able to have that a more controlled situation. These are our commitments from that grant. There's a lot more. I just wanted to share some of them with you. The one other area that historically we have not done a good job is not the linkages to care, it's the retention in care. Part of the CDC initiative is this recognition that, just as I talked about acute to chronic, retaining individuals, families in care is critical to have a longer term impact. So just like we think of the administration of Narcan to be life-saving, that historical and retention of care is life-saving for individuals, and that is an area that we will be focusing on. You may be aware we did launch an anti-stigma campaign specifically to let people realize that, first off, that I could be you. The whole concept of you could be my brother, you are my brother, you could be my sister, you are my sister. And to alleviate that really misperception of who it is who is an addict and who it is that addiction affects in people's lives. So I'm going to talk briefly now about the opioid settlement. I'm sure I know you've heard about it. Everybody's heard about it. So there's opioid settlement funds that came to Pima County. And you can see here, these funds can either be taken by jurisdictions or be left under Pima County for distribution and or allotment and spending plan. If the cities and towns if the jurisdictions named in the settlement all take their funds, Pima County will still have $35 million over 18 years. Now, I would compare that to the fact that we have another $12.5 million here right now for 5 years. The $35 million for 18 years is staggered, and it kind of goes up and down. It's like a seesaw, the distribution of it, so it's inconsistent, unlike the opioid funds. I want to remind people what I said before, though. We're not going to buy ourselves out of this. So while these seem like very significant amounts of funding put together for Pima County, assume every jurisdiction takes their money, there's $50 million. This is 18 years. This is a generation of funding to do services to for this situation. This is the fund process. I wanted to just remind people of this. There is a Substance Use Advisory Committee that was stood up by Ms. Lesher and the Board of Supervisors that is under the Board of Health. The Board of Health, the way this works is the community gives input. Those recommendations go to the Substance Misuse Advisory Committee. They go to the Pima County Board of Health. They go then to me as the Pima County Health Director to evaluate, recommend. I then push them forward to the Pima County Administrator and the Board of Supervisors. I'm going to talk briefly about what we've been able to do up to this time with this. So where should we put our dollars? This is from the community giving us the input. And I do know that in the past I've talked about primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. We're going to talk about that just a little here. But the prevention part is an area that can be invisible to people. People may not know that that is happening because it's really education, it's outreach, it's having a safety net. It's for when you're a youth that we have this other Not Alone campaign. You're not alone so that you don't have to turn to something else for whatever kind of pain you're having at that time. But you can see this pyramid, and where we have seen most of the comments and the concerns from the community are really related to people that are actively using and the secondary consequence of that. But this recognition that we have to invest in prevention, we have to invest in control and the promotion of protective factors. Those are traditionally personal, family, community protective factors. How do we build a healthy community? You can see here, this is the proposed spending in '24 that has gone through the Board of Supervisors. The recommendations and the distribution of that funding was based on the community advisors as well as the Substance Misuse Advisory Committee. I will say that we have already this calendar year taken funds to supplement our Narcan supply because we had run out from what the state was giving us. You may be aware Narcan comes into the community from multiple sources, including people paying for, individuals can now buy it at the pharmacy, from the state, Medicaid sending it to us for distribution, AZDHS sending for distribution, and obviously other CBOs. So you can see services for pregnant women, mobile treatment and intervention, planning and primary prevention with a focus of $200,000. So let me talk about proposed and continuing things. I know probably most of you have heard at one point when I came here, I made this audacious goal that I've kind of slipped a little, but I'm going back to, that we're going to be one of the healthiest counties in the US. COVID kind of threw me for a loop, but we are back embracing that as a vision for Pima County, for the city of Tucson, for the jurisdictions that comprise the county. We have to have a vision like that. We have to be bold. We have to be audacious. We have to be willing to say, we are going to make this a really healthy community. And it requires what you see here, holistic and coordinated community-wide goals. And you can see primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. I have another slide on that, so I'll talk about that briefly there. I think I will. There. Let me talk briefly about what others are doing. Remember I said I was at the Big City Health Coalition? Sarah has done an amazing job. We've been working together to try to identify what else is out there. What aren't we doing? I will tell you this funny story. You know, I have a background in informatics, and I have ChatGPT-4. I don't have it on the county computers, don't worry. But the other day I engaged with ChatGPT-4. I was convinced there was something I was missing, and I kept saying, okay, tell me the best practices for a public health department for fentanyl. Okay, they gave me a list, I knew all them. I said, okay, tell me something else. Gave me a list, I know all them. I said, tell me something I don't know, and there was very little. So I think what that points out is between Sarah and I and other people, we have scavengers. We've been scavengers to see what else is out there that we haven't done. Some of them you see here, some of these we don't do right now, but at least we've been able to identify them. It's important that we harmonize actions and core principles, and you can see this here. It's really spending money to save lives. We save lives through primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. So that doesn't mean just saving a life by making sure, which we need to assure, that Narcan is available. It means that we take a more generational perspective about what does this mean. So remember, acute and chronic, both critical. And you can see these other things that we commit to. Let me talk briefly about primary prevention. Identify and address barriers, create a healthy community. All of you have heard of adverse childhood experiences. Mitigate the things that we know put people at risk as they age, as they get older, as they're 13 and feel alone. What do we do to help them? What do we do to help the 70-year-old who is experiencing loneliness? People, while opioids is an addiction, people turn to opioids for many reasons. We've all heard this story. I didn't know what I was doing. I was at a party and I took a drug and I overdosed and I died. Those are real stories, but there's also lots of other real stories about people that are in pain and suffering and don't know where to turn. Secondary and tertiary prevention, you can see these are things we're primarily doing right now. Harm reduction, as you know, is fentanyl test strips. Syringe exchange, actually, I just pulled up our syringe numbers because we had been getting feedback that people aren't using IV drugs anymore. Well, last quarter we distributed 7,000 needles. We're not seeing a significant drop off in that, so we know people are still using IV drugs. And then you can see these other things. Proposed and ongoing local efforts. These are many of what we're doing, the MAT mobile clinics. The availability of 24/7 MAT is critical, medication-assisted treatment. What we know is with any addiction, there's a moment and a time where an intervention may work, another moment in a time when it won't. So having that availability when that moment is there is critical. And you can see all these other things. I don't want to go through all of these. It's a long list. Suffice it to say, we believe all of these that are up here are critical, many of which we are still doing right now. However, with additional funds, we will be able to do a better job on them. So these are the highlighted recommendations. There are many more recommendations, and there is other written materials that we have been developing that we hope to share at some point that will highlight other recommendations. I believe, and you can see it's the first one, and Mayor Romero, you talked about this. We have to be coordinated. We have to work together. For Pima County, that means with multiple jurisdictions. But we have to do this. We have to be visible. We have to be transparent. As many of you know, I think for me at least, during the last 3 years, I've done that. I've tried to make what we're doing available for you at the city and also for the county. I continue with that commitment. We need culturally competent education tools. We have done some of this. There is still a lot more to do. The education for the 13-year-old is totally different than the education for the 65-year-old. We have to strengthen our trauma and support. When we talk about trauma and we talk about intergeneration, family, individual, family, community, intergenerational trauma, we know that that is historical, whether it was started yesterday or whether it started 7 generations ago. And we need to figure out how to do that better. We have to include rapid access to behavioral health and substance abuse residential care. We know those are limited. Part of what we are going to do with our CDC funds is a behavioral health / substance abuse needs and assets assessment so that we know where, when you call, you're in the ED and you have a person that needs something and you can't get it to them, we don't then just give them a sheet of paper and go, good luck, call a CBO in the morning and maybe somebody will answer. Opioid interventions with emergency response and post-overdose interventions. That's when we know there's been an overdose and we make sure that individual is hooked to care. Remember that whole linkages to care. Many people believe that care, and I believe this, that care is constituted by giving Narcan, by reversing an overdose. But I'm a family medicine at heart, doc. It then has to continue. It's not enough for me to overdose you, to reverse your overdose in the emergency room in the field. I have to do more than that. So additional opportunities to consider. These are just some of new innovation that we know exists. I'm not going to go through these. This is a down select of a multiple yes list, though I will tell you ChatGPT can't help me. And then finally, I just want to close with the recognition that the whole impact of this is personal. And the acknowledgement that I'm really grateful for the opportunity to work with you. I'm grateful for your staff. I'm grateful for the chief, for Sarah, for other individuals that are out there and community partners that are out there doing the hard work of day to day. And at the same time, that we live with the recognition that what we're doing is inadequate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cullen. Really appreciate all of the information that you always bring to this table. We appreciate your expertise, and I also recognize that the work that the city of Tucson is doing is important to the work that Pima County does, right? We have different different expertise and what the different services that we provide as the city really coexist. And like you said, now we are working in partnership together so that we can divide up the work and all with the same mission in mind, to be able to prevent, educate our community, and handle the work that Pima County Health Department is responsible for and the work that the city of Tucson is responsible for. And so these conversations are very, very important to be able to continue delivering the services that the community deserves, that our community deserves. And like I said at the beginning, I've come into my service to the community as mayor and trying to bring down the silos that have been created for decades before, and to be able to distribute the responsibility of public safety to every single department within the city of Tucson. For far too long, we have put the responsibility of public safety solely on the shoulders of our police officers. And one of the reasons that we decided as a mayor and council to create community safety, health, and wellness is to be able to lift some of those responsibilities off the shoulders of our police officers and distribute the responsibility of community safety to all of us. And so Sarah Lanias is the first ever director of our Community Safety, Health, and Wellness program, and she has been able to do just that, right? To sit down in different meetings with our police department, with our housing community development, with our newly created Housing First program, to be able to holistically look, comprehensively look at public safety and community safety, health, and wellness in our community. So thank you, Sarah, for really sitting down with Pima County and Dr. Cullen and our chief and others to look at innovative solutions to community safety, health, and wellness.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. This is, you said it perfectly, Madam Mayor, which is this is a public health crisis. And as we continue to really work, as Chief Kazmar says, to put the right work in the right hands, right, there's an opportunity for us to really be able to kind of pull back and say, okay, this is not this is not appropriate to put entirely on the shoulders of our public safety personnel, nor can they adequately respond, right? And Dr. Cullen, I think, highlighted very well the need for a very kind of robust approach. So I'm not going to kind of go through that. But I do just want to take a moment to highlight the fact that I think what we know is not only is coordination needed, but also the ability to really think through a kind of whole of government approach and really a whole of community approach, right? And how do we pull in these other partners into the fold here, right? So bringing in faith communities, bringing in community-based organizations, and not just service providers, right? We need them as well. They're doing amazing work, but there really does need to be a kind of broader call to action here. And I think that we're at a moment where many in our community are ready and willing, and with leadership from the county, with support from the city and others, I think we can get there. I do want to just kind of highlight a couple of things that Dr. Cullen hit on that really registered for me. One is I think that we know that we really do need to do a better job of providing support, healing and mental health supports to families and households who are impacted by not only struggles with addiction, but also certainly with overdose, right? We are not doing enough there, and that's a big opportunity for us. And I think that will take some out-of-the-box thinking and some improved coordination, and so I appreciate very much that Dr. Cullen is highlighting that as part of the plan. I also think that, I mentioned that kind of whole of community approach. Social cohesion and it's combating fentanyl, it's also combating isolation. And so that is, that requires all of us. That is an all hands on deck situation. And so I think that we have the opportunity to really start to kind of reframe this moment that we're in, and engaging more of our community as part of the solution. And that's reconnecting with family, reconnecting with neighbors, right? Understanding that we're here for one another. And there's a lot of ways that you all as elected officials, as leaders in the community, help to demonstrate that every day. And we have a lot of other really good role models, but I think that's going to be a big part of the work ahead for us as a city and as the county. I also just want to highlight that for a very long time at the City of Tucson, much of the innovative work that has been happening in this area has been at the leadership of our public safety directors and their departments. And they are doing a really excellent job. And we also know, too, that more is needed. And there's an opportunity for us to take some of the burden off of the shoulders. But, you know, the overdose prevention and follow-up work that both our fire departments and our police departments are doing are excellent. They are following evidence-based approaches. And I want to just kind of acknowledge that work. And I think we know that, you know, we cannot address this simply through a public safety approach, right? So I look forward to finding additional ways that community safety, health, and wellness can help to support this greater coordinated effort. I think the conversations that Dr. Cullen and I have been having, where we're really looking to identify options that could work well locally, is the first step in that process, but there's certainly much more, I think, that can be achieved moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And I want to highlight and second what you just mentioned, that our public safety department directors, both Tucson Police and Tucson Fire, have been leading in terms of innovation and evidence-based programming here in the city of Tucson are under the direction of our Chief Kasmar. We have seen our substance use resource team within TPD that pairs officers with peer support specialists from Kodak for outreach and deflection. And it seems like, and you have better numbers, Chief, but more than 200 individuals went through deflection in 2022 into treatment and away from the justice system. And I do want to also give credit to our fire chief because of TC3, which is a program within our fire department that helps our firefighters. They operate the Leave Behind Narcan program, which helps support our fire crews, and they leave behind Narcan to individuals that have overcome overdoses. And it seems like we've left behind many cans of Narcan, and the fire department responded to nearly 3,000 overdose calls in 2022. So I just wanted to set up the chief's presentation by saying how innovative our police department has been in terms of evidence-based solutions and community safety solutions for the issues that we face here in the city of Tucson. So Chief, if you'd like to expand on the work that you all do.
Thank you, Mayor. Honorable Mayor, members of council, thank you for your continued leadership in creating space and a busy dialogue that you always have here, but this is an important issue that's impacting the larger metropolitan city of Tucson, our state, and our country. Like Dr. Cullen, I just got back from a 3-day trip where I spent 3 days with my colleagues from around the country and major city chiefs, and this was certainly in the top topics of a conversation and what everyone across the country was doing to combat this devastating drug in their community. You've heard from me before that in my 24 years of public safety service in the city, I've never seen a drug that has impacted our country like fentanyl has. You heard its potency from Dr. Cullen, and that's certainly one of the challenges that remains when our staff out in the field are trying to convince and encourage folks through a deflection program for the fear of the withdrawal. It's been a real challenge, and we're having to adapt to that challenge. So some common themes that you've heard from all of our discussions from my colleagues and presentations today is it's a complex national issue. collaboration, data sharing, clinical systems and best practices, and innovation. It's difficult to innovate in government, and we often get hit by both sides of the aisle. But I think that's actually when we know that we're doing our job right, and it takes a body of courageous government like we have, and like we've demonstrated here in the city of Tucson and Pima County, to work together like we have been to figure out what we're going to do to truly impact this problem. There is no one solution that we can tackle this issue from on one angle. TPD has completed over 4,000 arrests this year related to fentanyl, and that's 83% increase year to date. Our deflections are down, but nearly 200 deflections, and not where we'd like to see them again for that fear. And that's where, when we talk about treatment in the field, and there's programs that we can deploy in collaboration with community resources that can have an impact on that. I want to recognize that poverty is an underlying contributing factor to this conversation. And our investments in our educational systems, in our larger community, are root cause solutions. They're not immediate, like we'd all like to feel, but they are absolutely root cause solutions to reducing drug use in our larger metropolitan Tucson. I can't emphasize, we've made good strides the last 2 years, but there's absolutely work to do with our data sharing capability, specifically when it comes to the city of Tucson, Pima County, and TPD, and our partners in the justice system, so we know what's happening with our cases as they work through the judicial process. TPD will continue to remain committed to being a good collaborator in this space and recognizing that we merely provide one limited angles of solutions to a complex issue, but we will continue to target drug dealers and disrupt the environment of those with substance misuse disorders who are committing low-level crimes to support their disorders. We have to be responsive to our community when we're getting those tips and information from all of you as mayor and council, and certainly directly. But we will continue to deploy those evidence-based strategies and act with empathy when we're looking at a larger holistic strategy in combating fentanyl as a public health crisis. I want to continue to just put it out there and dissect. Arrest is different than incarceration. And there certainly provides an opportunity when we talk about those two spaces as a continuum of accountability, when we can have a captive audience and really try to reinforce that there's better potential outcomes for somebody who's dealing with a substance misuse disorder. So with that, I'll just close and reemphasize, and you've heard this from me, and I believe it, as a third-generation Tucsonan raising fourth here in Tucson, we're stronger together. I continue to be proud to be part of this team and the collaboration that's happening between the city of Tucson and Pima County. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And so I would like to invite our city manager, Mr. Ortega, if you wanted to kind of, after the presentations, if you'd like to add to this item.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor. I appreciate that. As I listened to the presentations, I think there's a couple things that came out. First of all, Pima County's doing a lot already, and I think that the presentation was very clear on a lot of the actions that they're taking. Very pleased to know on the grant the $12.5 million and then $35 million, at least to the county, over the next 18 years. I think for us as an organization and as a community, this is a huge issue that needs to be addressed. Now, I will also caution the mayor and council that this is not included in our charter in terms of health and all things go along with that. So I'm not necessarily encouraging delving into that level, because I think our partners at the county are more well-suited for that, falls within their responsibilities. But I also think that we can be strong partners. And I think that's the key piece to this, is recognizing the role that we can play, because we do have a variety of opportunities to partner with our partners at the county. I know that I believe at maybe a previous discussion where Dr. Holmes was here, mentioned that it's a three-legged stool, right? It's the public safety, the affordable housing, and public health. And I think that we have focused a lot of attention on our public safety, a lot of attention on our affordable housing, and now I think it's for all of us, including Pima County, to focus on that public health, and we need to be supportive. And so I think the strategy is yet to be determined in terms of how we can help. I think that Dr. Cullen established some thoughts and ideas there. But I do think and suggest that maybe we have a little space to work more closely with the county over the very near term, not extended period, to bring back some thoughts on an approach that we can then put into a supportive action. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. I agree. This is a public health crisis, and the state of Arizona empowers Pima County to serve as the public health organization or the public health agency. And so I too am really happy and impressed with the work that has been done so far by Dr. Cullen and our public health department. And so I believe that Pima County should continue leading. We need to pay close attention, as you said, and be a good partner because this is affecting our constituents, our residents of the city of Tucson daily. And it is falling upon the shoulders of our police department on how to approach this societal issue that has been brewing up for at least 10 years because of the opioid crisis that has been created for at least a decade. So as a public health crisis, I believe that we need to coordinate and work together with Pima County Health Department to find long-term solutions, especially now that there are some federal dollars, some in opioid settlement dollars, to be smart about how we coordinate and invest these funds for our community. So with that, I'd like to ask my council colleagues to consider a motion to declare fentanyl and opioid use a public health crisis in our community, and to direct the city manager to work with Pima County to create a roadmap to address this crisis.
So moved.
Second.
Second, third,
There's a
fourth.
motion and a second. Thank you so much for considering this direction, colleagues. And now I'd like to open it up for comments. Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilmember Dahl. And then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
So the one thing about the roadmap is that we got a long road to go. So it's good that we're being proactive. We're trying to set an example for other cities and communities to do that. One thing that has dawned on me that has become incredibly clear in this crisis is that you guys ever, the Holy Trinity, we know about the Holy Trinity. We actually have a holy quintet because there's the three of you, but the sheriff and the county attorney need to be in on it. The five of you are actually the ones who hold so many of the decision-making in this process. There's so much in there because if it isn't, if all five of you aren't on the same page and have seamlessness in that system, it can, there's gonna be a ripple. The other piece is I wouldn't even say it's a holy quintet. I'd actually say it's a super six because we're missing someone, and that's the head of the REBA. We probably need the REBA to somehow get all of our providers onto one computer system so that we don't have 7 caseworkers for each client. That is killing us right now with where we're going TDMs to nowhere. I call it the TDM. Remember the bridge to nowhere, the TDM to nowhere? It's just a thing. It's not a bad thing. It means we have a lot of people who care, but our system wasn't designed for this. We've got a lot of different things that are out there, and I'm going to go through a list. I'm just going to say them. I'm not going to advocate for them, yes or no. I don't know. There's 2 or 3 out there that stick that I think actually can help us with some of our institutional change and systemic change or systemic improvement. But some of these are just kind of things that, like, why aren't we looking at them, just kind of out there? And I'll have this list given to everybody in the Super Six. Ankle monitor programs, jail alternatives, high barrier step-down shelters. So if you're in a low barrier and you're kind of not doing anything, maybe we go to a higher barrier. Figuring out a way that we're utilizing more CRC beds every day. some maybe opening the Pima Annex for rehab. I think we have a situation that's been brought to my attention. We've got a lot of open spaces in GRC. Maybe we can work with them to see if their program can be more inviting. The float, that's this idea that we have mid-barrier housing. We have a lot of folks in free housing right now who actually can afford housing if they could find a place they could afford. And maybe we could have the tenor, you and I have talked about that. That's a very low barrier. We have street outreach, we have deflection. Our numbers are down, but not by much. How far down are they?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham. To date, as of October 17th, there were 177 deflections. That's a 7% decrease year to date. Again, I think when we start expanding some of the field treatment options, I think we'll see that number.
And that gets me to field treatment and possible field court, pre-booking screening, which we've talked about offline, how to do FTAs and initial appearances differently. Maybe have some expand our day work programs for some of the folks who are kind of coming out where they don't get stuck and lower that risk of relapse. One of the ones that I'm really into, and this is one that I think actually can affect some change right away, is I'd like to see us move to an 88-hour service model where police are the 24-hour field service, but our field people can be out 2 shifts a day. I think we can figure out how to do that within our existence. I'd love to have field response for social workers from 6 to 10 instead of just limited to our standard work hours. The other thing I think is for some of our open spaces, I'd love to be able to have 24-hour walk-in service at least at one shelter a night where, hey, it's 2 a.m. and I'm at my moment of clarity. Somebody should be open, at least one of our shelters every week. So I think that would definitely, and then I think this Super Six or the Holy Quintet or whatever we want to call it should probably form a task force with each of you having a representative that is collaborating once a week. I'm sure you're already doing that, but I mean, this is systemic. In other words, this is where our weakest link is that one of those groups. We're only as good as that weakest link because no matter whether we can have the best fentanyl response in the health department ever, and we can have the best street outreach ever, and we can have the best practices ever in the police, but if we don't have systems within probation and post-arrest and corrections, then it doesn't work. It falls apart. But or we could have the best jail with the best rehab and the best post-release program in the world, but if public health isn't there, you know what I mean? So that systemic piece is what's going to define whether or not Tucson leads the way or falls behind in response to this crisis compared to other communities. So that's my little soapboxy thing. But truth be told, I couldn't think of a better group of people that I'd want to do this. So I'm proud that you guys are the ones doing it, and we're here to back you up 100%.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to follow up with what my colleague Paul just said. You three are among my pantheon of heroes, doing such important work, making our community safe, and there's many others in this space. I want to suggest to the 3-legged stool that there's a 4th leg. I guess it wouldn't be a stool, it'd be a table. But businesses are being impacted severely by people who are stealing from them to support their fentanyl habit. And businesses can provide resources to help us. They're already spending a lot of resources. They're already losing money. In February this year, in fact, the Metro Chamber of Commerce did a panel discussion where I learned a lot. I think that's important that we educate ourselves. And by the way, I recommend this great book, The Least of Us, True Tales of America and Hope in the Time of Fentanyl, by Sam Quinones. It just opened up my mind to this. But also that panel discussion. I learned that fentanyl pills look like sweet tarts, and that part of the thing the business community can do can educate everybody who's working in a convenience store, at a grocery store, to check the floor so that there's no sweet tart looking poison that kids can pick up. And I thought, well, that's kind of amazing. And then shortly thereafter, I was doing a cleanup with the mayor and with Councilwoman Lee out on the east side of the park, and I found 2 fentanyl pills right next to a picnic table. well, maybe they were sweet tarts. I weren't going to taste them, but there wasn't any sweet tart wrappers. It was fentanyl. So education is a key. And we've been talking about working together. Ward 3, for the last 6 months, we've gotten a lot of complaints about drug traffic, sometimes characterized as homeless people doing stuff, and who knows if they're homeless or not. They're probably making money and they're not homeless. But it's drug traffic along the Huckleberry Loop, the south part of Rito. Behind, there's a business complex, there's Walmart, there's Best Buy, goes all the way from Stone to First and a little beyond. A lot of activity. And Ward 3 used some of our discretionary funds to help the police department do a bike patrol, which tried to be more successful than we thought. Not enough, but very successful in disrupting that activity there, and making some arrests and maybe calming things down. But the businesses were still experiencing concern. We hosted a meeting, and thanks to the city manager for being there. County Administrator Jan Lesher appeared. We had Mari Vasquez, our joint county city resource coordinator. TPD was there, and representatives of the business and that strip owner, that strip mall property owner, and getting people together and finding resources for evidence-based solutions. I think that's what's going to bring us along. And again, thank you all so much for your work. This is indeed a crisis. It's hurting the people that are doing it. It's hurting the people that are not doing it. We have to get it. We have to get it taken care of. Thank you.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
I also wanted to share my appreciation for all of y'all's work, for continuing to come to Mayor and Council table and informing us, educating us. I appreciate your example, Dr. Cullen, of like you're trying to, is there something else out there? Am I missing? Because I think that is the approach that we need to have constantly, informing ourselves. And I think, fentanyl, I share about my brother, and that was in 2016. Fentanyl's been out for almost, what is that, seven years? And so I think what we're seeing right now is just the tip of the iceberg, and we see it because it's public, right? And part of its public visibility, it's because it's also impacting part of our community who's unhoused. And just like we know that homelessness, when we see like people who are out on the streets and we just think that's what homelessness is, and we actually know there's thousands and thousands of families here in Tucson that are also homeless, but live in a car or with a family member, have a different situation, but that it's out there. And so I just want to make sure that we touch on, like as the presentation showed, that it's people of all ages, all income levels. It's not just people, who are experiencing homelessness or are unsheltered that are being impacted by this. And that I think the question we need to continue to ask ourselves is like, why the pain? Why is there so much pain and suffering in our community? I've said it before, and I'll continue to say it, that I believe that people who, have addiction issues or experiencing addiction are people who want to live. And so I think that's always an important reminder that they're doing what they can, they're self-medicating because they want to live. And like our role as a society, as an institution, is to provide the support systems to get, people who are dealing with alienation, to feel like they're part of community. And I think that's just something else for us to think about. Like we think about it just very, like just data and numbers, but these are family members, right? It's my brother, it's your Theo, it's your cousin. And so how do we also think about the community, the sense of community and that kind of infrastructure that we also need to cultivate, because there is a lot of pain in our community. And so with that, all I wanted to offer at the moment is, you showed us the numbers, Dr. Cullen, and I'm so thank you for, seeking out grants in ways that we can serve our community. But as you see, over 5 years, over 18 years, there's not a lot of funding for the need that we have in our community. And so I'm hoping that we can also bring the state as a partner in this effort, and that we work with our Southern Arizona legislators to also put funding at the state level for our cities and towns who are dealing with this, because I think with the funding, what we have access to is not enough to make a dent, a significant dent. So thank you so much for all y'all's work. I appreciate you.
Any others? Any other comments? I just want to reiterate my appreciation for you, Dr. Cullen, and Pima County Health Department, as well as our counterparts. Charity Halva and I have been discussing how we can best partner to find solutions for our shared residents. And you know, I usually like to get to the root causes of our societal issues. They're hard, very, very hard to find solutions for, but that's why I believe so intensely on evidence-based solutions here in the city of Tucson. We've been using evidence-based solutions for very, very hard issues. Unsheltered homelessness, we now have a piece of the puzzle, a gap that existed in the city of Tucson. We did not have a housing first model, and it's creating the evidence that we had seen housing first create before in other cities. We are using place network investigations at Tucson Police Department to get to the root causes of gun violence and crime in certain areas of our city. We have seen 75, 80% reduction in gun violence because of our evidence-based programming that we have through TPD in partnership with other departments in the city of Tucson. I really highly appreciate you having that same approach, innovative evidence-based solutions for such a concerning and complex issue as is fentanyl use and opioid use issues within our community. So we do have a motion. I would like to make sure that the motion is clear, that the city of Tucson declare fentanyl and opioid use a public health crisis in our community, and that we direct the city manager work with Pima County to create a roadmap to address this crisis. So all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Cullen. Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Chief Casmar, for your presentation. We really appreciate you all. Looking forward to our work together, Dr. Cullen. Thank you. We took a little bit more time than what we had scheduled for, but important issue, and hopefully we will come back in November, December to approve a resolution. Item 2, time has been set aside for an update from the Office of Economic Initiatives regarding small business navigator programs. I know that Barbara Coffey is here with us to present. Join us at the table. And our small business director, Francisca Villegas. Thank you so much. I just wanted to hand over the mic to our city manager and hear the important update.
Thank you, Mayor. As you mentioned, this is an opportunity for staff to give an update on our small business efforts. Something that's been ongoing now for a bit. We have staffed up a little bit and want to make sure that we're on the track that you all had expected. I think we're doing some really good things out there, and I'd like the staff to go over that with them. So I'll turn it over to Barb, and then when Barb will turn it over to Frankie.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of council. We're happy to bring you an update on our Small Business Navigator program. This program did launch in January of 2022, so we have almost 2 years of running our program. The team has produced some incredible results, and that's what you're going to hear today. I'll let our Small Business Program Manager, Francisca Villegas, share a little bit of the highlights, and I think you'll be pleased. So, Francisca.
Thank you so much. Buenas tardes. Good evening, everyone. I'm very excited to be here today. It is an honor to be here talking about the work that we have been doing with the small businesses. I don't know if you all remember, I'm going to quiz you on it, but do you know the objectives of the program? That too. But our objectives is to provide recovery support and business development services to small businesses in the city of Tucson. Our program focuses on 3 things: access to capital, financial health, and leadership. Our small business owners are underserved groups, including legacy, which are vital to the community, and minority groups. So those are our target audience. You've seen our team. They're not here today because they're attending a conference, but without their assistance, I wouldn't be able to do all the amazing work that I do. So I'm very proud of them. So the metrics since last year, we provided over 700 hours of technical assistance, more than 1,000 hours of training, and our preparation, our loan packaging yield over $1 million in access to capital. It might not be super impressive, but the average loan size for a micro loan is $18,000. So it is a big deal for me, and I'm very proud of that. We also track the gross sales, so every client that go through, every business owner that go through our classes, we keep track of their increase in gross sales. We don't do it alone. We get a lot of help. Some of you are here today, but we are very proud that for the second time, we are receiving a small grant for the National League of Cities. This program is going to allow us to provide opportunities for our businesses to attend supply diversity programs. So in order for our small businesses to qualify for those big contracts to do business with the city, the county, the federal government, they have to receive technical assistance. There's so many layers, and I don't know if you're familiar with that, but the sales, the financials, the bonds, the licensing, it's a lengthy process. So we're going to use some of that to provide training targeted to that. I'm very excited about the commercial kitchen. There we're going to be helping the Thrive in the 05 businesses. We already identified 600 businesses that are home-based. Some of them are food-based businesses. And that kitchen is going to be a blessing because there's only, I want to say, 2 kitchens in the whole Thrive in the 05 area. So I'm very excited about that as well. NALCAP, they give us also some funding. With that, we're going to provide bilingual financial education, trauma-informed training, which sometimes our women-owned businesses, the majority, it requires a special skill for us to teach them financial education. I want to share this picture because it was a big deal. I mean, it was a big deal for me, obviously. But the business owners, all of the people that you see in the picture, they were very excited. They were taking pictures of the proclamation. And then after that, we went out to celebrate, and they just, I think it was the first time that they were recognized. So I'm just very proud of them. We co-located back in June. We moved in with the Tucson IDA. And I want to share, we have a couple of notes because it's nice for us because we upgraded. We were in a closet at a co-working space, but then this opportunity came available, and now we have our own training center, we have offices, and forget about the space. The real benefit of this is that the Tucson IDA provides we provide other technical assistance, we do the loan packaging, we knock on doors, we really target specific underserved areas in Tucson, and then we get the loan ready, calculate the ratios, financial statements, and then they go to the IDA, and they do the loans without collateral, without running credit, which is very rare because the majority of traditional lenders, they ask for collateral, credit, and the capacity to pay. And then after they get funded, they get support from the Tucson IDA. They get a loan success plan. So I feel like it's a blessing because the businesses, and I'm quoting what they're telling me, is not just getting a loan, but it's also getting the technical assistance to make sure they're using those funds wisely, because some of them, they just want to go on vacation, but they know, they don't do it. Another important collaboration, again, these are over 1,000 hours in training, but I don't want to overwhelm you with every single training. But the nice thing about the collaboration with the Arizona Register of Contractors, the deputy came from Phoenix. We run a series of boot camps, and the businesses are going over all the requirements to be licensed, to get bonded, to get to pass the test. I've seen the books, and it's a pretty intense test, and I'm like, I don't know how you do it, but we're gonna get it done. We're meeting with them once a week. We're studying with them with the support of the Register of Contractors. And hopefully, we're gonna be set up where we can proctor the exam here in Tucson, so they don't have to go to Phoenix. We're also working with the IDA because getting insured and licensed, it's around $20,000, $30,000, and some of our businesses don't have that. So they're gonna get those licenses one way or the other. And then SCORE, it's another amazing partner that they came to us. We ran a series of classes, and each class, we had over 30 participants. These are crucial classes because if you go back during the pandemic, some of our businesses didn't have access to e-commerce. They couldn't sell online. They had to shut down. So it's very important to recognize that being able to sell online, take payments online, it's the way to go. They have to be able to do e-commerce. So it was a very successful class, and hopefully we will continue to do it. And then, so over a series of 4 classes, we had over 100 people. A ver, ¿qué más? Oh, the profit soup was my favorite. We partnered with the SBDC and Pima Community College. So during those classes, there was a really hard class because they had to work on ratios. So a ratio tells a business owner, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you're the expert, if they're making profit, if they're breaking even, if the space they're renting is producing enough so it makes sense. So basically making decisions based on ratios. And that was a series of 10 classes. They worked on financials, they benchmarked their business against other industries. So that was very important for us because in order to start, expand, and grow our small businesses, is not just giving licenses away, right? We do run an orientation every other Monday where we go over all the steps to start a business in the city of Tucson, but we're not in the business of giving licenses. We're in the business of setting a strong foundation so our businesses can grow, sustain, and expand their businesses. That's my goal, so. That profit soup was intense. And a little celebration, El Minuto Café, we love Teresa. She assisted and attended one of our programs, and then she talked to us. She wanted to be in the legacy program that we have, and please, I want to make sure that we're getting businesses from the whole city of Tucson to be registered and be recognized. She was able to secure 185,000 so that she can do some remodeling to the business. And then we have another business. They attended one of our classes. They're secure $80,000 as well, and they're gonna be able to expand so they can do business-to-business sales. So they're attending our education, they're getting the loan, and then they're getting the support they need after they get funded. In the kitchen, I can't wait to get started with the project, so that was a blessing as well. We're already planning to see what kind of trainings we're gonna run and where the kitchen is gonna be located. So that's that. And then before I let you go, if you buy local, for every $100 that you spend in a local business, $43 to stay in the local economy. If you don't buy local, only $13 stay in the local economy. So buy local, like your business, follow them on social media. If you have any ideas, any questions, talk to me and we can make it happen. We don't know the answers, but we know the right people. And that's it.
That's excellent, and I just want to appreciate Francisca for her leadership. Managing the program and the team and it's just been fantastic to see the results, and so I want to extend sincere appreciation to you. And what she didn't tell you is almost all of those programs are taught in Spanish and have bilingual opportunities for those that desire, and in many ways, first in the state and maybe first in the country teaching these courses in Spanish. So the registered contractor program, for example.
That's going to be an example. For the
Yes,
rest of
the partnership with SBDC, again, keeping that front and center in terms of who we're serving has been very, very important. So I'm just really proud of the team, and thank you. And to really conclude the remarks, it's not a surprise then that the city of Tucson was awarded a Silver Award of Excellence in Economic Development by the International Economic Development Council, and it's presented in recognition of the Small Business Navigator Program in the category of economic equity and inclusion. So she has described the mission, the goal of the program, and we have been meeting that intentionally. So anyway, I'm very excited. Thank you.
That is wonderful. What great accomplishment.
Congratulations.
And we didn't have a small business program. So this is a newly created program that mayor and council give direction on, and that you all, Barbara and Francisca, have just taken and, done an incredible job. I personally am so excited about the different programming that you all have. Equally excited about the commercial kitchen at Thrive in the O5, because that's what I hear over and over and over by
We're just thinking.
yes, home-based businesses need an opportunity to be able to use commercial kitchens to commercialize their products. And the legacy business with El Minuto, I went to the celebration of El Minuto. They've been around for more than 50 years, and it's a 3 generations or 4, I believe, that have been working at El Minuto. And so happy of all the work that you're all doing. Very proud of the work, and congratulations on the recognition. I just wanted to open it up. Any comments or questions? Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation, Francisca. And I think there was a moment right now that you just feel a sense of pride in seeing all of the work that y'all have done. Because I think at this table, we talk about a lot of dim and grim things that feel really difficult. And so it was a moment that it's like, wow, this direction that we gave back in 2020 has really blossomed into something that we can see. It's weird to say a return, but just to see the impact that it's having in the community. And that I think the other thing about that picture you showed about the small business owners here, it was probably the first time they've ever been to City Hall. So we're engaging a new like demographic with our local government, and that's so important because when we're doing that, we're actually meeting the goal of being a more democratic society. So thank you both for all your work.
Councilmember Cunningham?
My only piece is on the contractors, which is like, that's awesome, by the way. I'd really like to see if we can kill two birds with one stone and see if when they're going through that course, they can get a look at how they get on the vendor list. They get on the vendor list for the city.
Okay,
One of the things we're having trouble is a couple things have happened where we've only gotten 2 or 3 bids, and usually we get like 10. And the more bids we get, the better chance we get in a good deal. So I'd love to see us maybe expand our vendor list through this program. That was it.
And if I can add to that, we actually hosted, before the actual boot camp, our procurement department was there just painting the picture for the businesses, because sometimes they just get so overwhelmed, like, why am I spending so much money? Why do I need to study for 2 tests? So we had our own Lloyd Wendell, our director of procurement, and he was there just talking about the potential, right, contracts that they can achieve once they meet all the requirements. But there's more opportunity because I want to have the state, the county, hopefully the federal government. Why not?
And I do see Councilmember Fimbres, hands up. Councilmember Fimbres, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to congratulate this team that put this together, got the grant. It was important for us to get this thing, keep moving it, educating people. I want to focus on legacy restaurants, legacy buildings, Latino buildings that have been there forever. We need to focus on that. There's a lot of those in Ward 5 that still need some help. But I thank Rochelle and Arlel, Francisca for their work, and also Barbara Coffey in that grant. Good to see that our work is being done. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Any others on this item? Well, congratulations. Thank you so much for the update. I would like to encourage my colleagues on the council, if you think of any small businesses that are struggling, any legacy businesses in your ward that you want to make sure that we're helping as a city, please make sure that you reach out to Barbara and Francisca and refer them to our small business program. So thank you, Barbara. Congratulations. Thank you, Francisca. And right now, I'm going to take about a 5-minute, 7-minute break because I've been requested to do so. So let's take a little bit of a break and then come back to item 3 with the no racing photo enforcement zones. We'll be right back. We now move on to item 3. Time has been set aside at the request of Councilwoman Lee for a discussion regarding no racing photo enforcement zones. Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank you for placing this on the agenda. I know we have a lot to talk about today, so thank you for allowing this conversation to take place. I want to thank the city manager, Chief Kazmar, our Operations Division East, Captain Wakefield, our Department of Transportation and Mobility Director, Sam Credio, and Public Safety Comms Manager, Nina Jones, for all participating in a town hall that I hosted on October 5th. I also want to thank Wards 2, 5, 6, and anyone else that I didn't see there for attending and showing your support, and also listening to the community, as this is not just isolated to Ward 4. And I want to thank the public for attending, and also thanks to all the officers that have been out there doing these safety deployments, and our air support units, and everyone who has been helping us on the front lines to tackle this issue. This is something that we have heard very frequently in Ward 4 along Houghton and other areas ever since the road expanded several years ago, but I'm aware that it is prevalent in other places across town. So I just wanted to bring this conversation forward, really to have TPD tell us all what's been going on, what they've been seeing, and listen and get some advice from our city attorney about some potential things that we could experiment with and explore to assist our officers in trying to tackle this really complex, challenging issue that we're experiencing. So turn it over to the city manager for anything.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Lee, and thank you for your leadership on this issue. As you mentioned, not only in your opening remarks here, but also at the town hall, this is a significant challenge for us, and it is not specific to Ward 4. I think there are challenges there, but it is a challenge for us across the community. We have employed some strategies. I'd like Chief Kazmar to go over some of those, and we can discuss some maybe next steps. Thank you, Mayor.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Mr. City Manager, thanks for, Councilmember Lee, thank you for providing the space for this conversation that is in fact impacting the entire city, much like our previous conversation. It's actually a challenge, again, that we spoke about at Major City Chiefs, that there's not too many cities that aren't facing this challenge. So when we talk about traffic and behavior, I'll highlight again that COVID changed driving behavior. When we all started packing the roadways again, people are just not as considerate as they used to be. They frankly, when they came back, they recognized we weren't doing a lot of proactive traffic enforcement. And there wasn't a lot of consequence to just people being reasonable human beings and obeying traffic laws. And I'm not talking 5 or 10 miles an hour, which we can all be certainly guilty of. My home boss certainly checks me when we have the kids in the car and we're driving around. I'm talking 20, 30, double the speed limit. Criminal speeding, recklessly speeding, speeding in a way that endangers everyone's life, even if you're in another vehicle, let alone if you're a pedestrian or you're on a bicycle. So one of the challenges that we faced in frankly Ward 4 and in Wards 5 and 1, and even really, every ward, was not only this new issue of seeing criminal speeding throughout the city, but we were also seeing drag racing, which had been a problem before COVID, but certainly started seeing higher level speeds of that going on. And we saw a new thing called slideshows or street takeovers. And what that is, it's certainly a social media driven phenomenon where young adults take over up to 100 different vehicles, will block all 4 directions of an intersection, and they'll basically do donuts and get their cars sliding sideways. You'll see, if you Google it, you'll see young adults hanging out of vehicles. They also like to see how close they can get to that car when it comes by them. And there's often tragic outcomes that come from this when a vehicle that weighs thousands of pounds traveling at speeds where it strikes pedestrians. We also see criminal behavior that gets drawn to these types of activities at sometimes 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. They're very sophisticated groups. They use social media on different platforms to make sure that they're not being monitored by local public safety departments. And this is not just a city of Tucson problem, but it's a major metropolitan area problem. That means, we've been tackling this as a region with my 10 public safety partners, including the Pima County Sheriff's Department. Because the reality is when we push them out of our geographic area, they go into the county, they go into Sahuarita, they go into Marana, and they go into Oro Valley. So we've really been tackling this as a regional effort here. I want to highlight that we did reconstitute our motor and our traffic division this year, and we put 19 motor officers back out on the streets. Their efforts, along with my call to action to the entire agency, I participate in traffic stops as well, is not issuing tickets, but having the stop, making that contact and educating the driver. The officers have the autonomy to either write an issued ticket, give a written warning, or give a verbal warning. So we've conducted nearly 30,000 of those contacts this year. Issued over 19,000 civil and criminal tickets, issued 3,300 written warnings and 4,400 verbal warnings. That's a 15% increase in our verbal warnings year to date, over 10% on our civil and criminal traffic, and over 53% on our written warnings. So that's not enough. So that's why we're here. This is a community challenge. We as a body of government can't change this behavior on our own. I hope, certainly we have our media partners here with us today that are covering this. If you have a young adult that has access to one of your vehicles or lives in your house on your insurance, we'd encourage you to have the conversation. These things don't tend to happen during business hours. They tend to happen at, late hours, 10 o'clock at night till 4 o'clock in the morning. So this is a conversation of, do you know where your child's at and do you know what they're doing? We are certainly going to continue to be tackling not only this effort through education and enforcement and ongoing dialogue with our partners in transportation on environmental design, but we're also going to be tackling this problem through our insurance carriers. I mean, we can really hold young adults and their parents accountable to the reckless driving and increase their insurance rates. It's really hitting them in the pocketbook, and I think that gets all of our attention right now. So due to the leadership that Councilmember Lee provided, we've also been looking at some statutory changes in city ordinances that Seattle has embraced to specifically address and identify no racing zones. We certainly have data to support certain parts of our thoroughfares in the city of Tucson, not only in Ward 4, but in other geographic areas of the city that could benefit from potential conversation around what would this look like to, again, have the conversation within the ordinances that we have and the rules that our voters have set forth, and Mr. Rankin can speak to those, on what would it look like to embrace new technologies along with officer presence to yet have even a larger impact on our driving safety. And I'll close with, this is such a timely conversation because we are trending again this year to set another traffic fatality high number under my leadership, which I'm completely disappointed in. And so we need help and we need tools. And while I'm happy to report that we've seen a reduction this year in pedestrian fatalities, these types of driving behaviors, including a recent drag racing fatality, are just proof that what we're doing is not enough and we need help.
Councilwoman, did you have any other presentations, or if you had wanted some direction?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief Kazmar. I think what we would like to understand from our city attorney is just what can we consider, what can we experiment with in terms of technology, given that in 2015 voters voted down the cameras at intersections. So could you just educate us a little bit on what we might even want to be able to explore?
Happy to, Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Lee. And as this proposal or idea was germinating, Councilmember Lee was careful to check in to see whether the use of cameras might implicate what the voters approved back in 2015 under Proposition 201. And some people probably think of that proposition as a no red light cameras or no speed cameras can ever be used. And that's not the case. What that proposition did was it amended Tucson code to prevent the use of red light or speed cameras as the sole basis for the prosecution of traffic violations without the independent observations of an on-site human witness, a police officer. So however you want to move forward with different ideas to try and address these public safety issues, the use of cameras can be implemented in order to support the observations of the on-site police officers and help confirm the violations that are witnessed on the streets.
Amazing. I think what I'm hoping to see today is just to have this conversation, get everybody aligned on the challenges, and then whatever would be an appropriate amount of time for the team to get together and come back to us with some potential solutions. Again, my framework is just about experimenting because these folks are very adaptable to what it is that we do. So I think there's value in designating certain places, but I also realize that's going to push the behavior into other areas that you all are representing. So I just want to see what we can experiment with, the areas that you all feel, and then also, Mr. City Manager, funding sources. What do we need in terms of being able to fund these different efforts? So that's just kind of where I'm coming from. But I obviously want to see what my colleagues have to say on this issue.
Vice Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, and Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
A few years ago, when we were looking at this, the groups were advertising their events on social media. You say they still are, but now they're a little more tough to track down. Our challenge wasn't finding them. Our challenge was how to engage them without engaging in a drag race with them down the street trying to catch them. And so am I not remembering right that we put in place the sanction of impounding their vehicle if we were able to ticket them? And if that's true, am I remembering that right? So if that's true, of these thousands of contacts that we've had, how many vehicles have we impounded? I mean, at the time, it was take away their toy before they kill somebody with it.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Vice Mayor, yes, your memory is in fact correct. So to answer your first part of your question, yes, they have gotten smarter, and so now there's verification, not to get too far in the weeds, but they're a little more sophisticated in who they allow into their social media groups and how they verify those. That doesn't mean we're still not going to continue to work with individuals, and we have community that certainly reports these efforts to us and children, so that we appreciate the community's engagement in this issue, because family members don't want their young adults making a life decision that ultimately could, take another life or impact theirs. As far as the impoundment, absolutely. I don't have exact impoundment numbers, but what I can tell you is we've done 3 deployments in the last 3 weeks and made, and we make 4 to 5 deployment or impound arrests related to drag racing, exhibition of speed. Those are for the folks that do stop. So there are violators who don't stop for our officers. We do have a no pursuit policy over that type of offense, but we have other assets that we utilize, and air support assets being part of those, and other surveillance techniques that we can wait until those vehicles land and then deal with the offender that way. So it's again, it's a city-county partnership. It's not just the helicopters that we use, but the county utilizes a plane and has different technologies that they support us with as well. So we absolutely, anytime possible, impound vehicles, and it's for a 20-day impound, which impacts them financially and impacts their insurance, and certainly keeps them off the roads and sends a message that we're serious.
Already, I forgot the Councilmember Cunningham, Councilmember Dahl, Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then Councilmember Fimbres.
We had a few things. The streets takeovers and sideshows seem to be more of an issue lately, and there seems to be some challenging of our officers there because they think it'll get them more clicks. There are some programs in Las Vegas that I think are interesting. One of them, they do some insurance targeting where they report the car to an insurance bureau, and it makes it harder to insure the vehicles. I know TPD is looking into this. The other thing that's actually interesting, and this is again something we'd probably have to collaborate with from the county on, is they actually have a program for racers at the dragway, and it allows that outlet off the streets. I don't know if I'm really excited about signing the permission slip for my kid, but I do think that we've always had teenagers since the 50s who are into their cars, and that's better than other things they could be into. So giving them an opportunity for that outlet is actually, I think, healthy if we can figure out a way where we can do it safely and legally. And so I see that program in Las Vegas. They actually have what they call Midnight Mayhem, and they allow street racers to come out to their dragway. There has to be there's a screening process on who can participate. There is some safety requirements, but it may be something that again, we can help with that outlet. So those are some of the pieces to this. There's a lot of moving parts here. Again, our ordinance, we're still impounding 4 or 5 cars a month. I'm proud of that ordinance when we passed it. I also want to thank Councilmember Lee for her leadership on this. She's actually really come and brought it kind of forward. The last thing we can look at is we can't use cameras to enforce a law, but we can use cameras to at least help us identify bad actors. I think maybe we can see if there is a way that we're not violating the ordinance we passed in order to at least give us an ability, even to help control intersections, some of the blue lights we were taking a look at. And I think there's some ways with technology we can do this to identify some of the folks that are really putting us at risk. So that's my input, but again, I appreciate the work of the chief and Ward 1 and everybody else involved, because I think we're trying to move this bar in the right direction.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl, then Santa Cruz, then Fimbres.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Lee, for bringing this up. This is so annoying. 2 nights ago, it woke up my wife. I was sleeping more like a rock. We live a block from Grant, and she heard the noise going down there, and once she wakes up, she's going to be up for a while. So it's dangerous, it's annoying, it's polluting our environment when they do the circles and burning rubber and blowing smoke, and we have to do what we can to stop it. And thank you, Chief Kasmar, and City Attorney Rankin for coming up with some ideas. I love the ideas of new technology. I promised my staff I wouldn't make any jokes about this, but this is a real serious item. But I'm thinking James Bond. I think we send in somebody and attach a tracker to all of those cars. Not a bomb, just a tracker so that we can track them down. Again, thank you. This is serious, and we have to stop these annoying noises late at night. It wakes up babies, people who are sick, for some pleasure that I don't understand. And it's so dangerous. Along Grant, just a couple weeks ago, there was an accident. I think they were clocked at 130 miles per hour. When you hit another car at that speed, it's just unbelievable. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then Fimbres.
Okay, so it's very frustrating. I think obviously we talk about we have a toxic car culture in our society, where for whatever reason, you're behind the wheel, you're so disconnected and detached from what's outside. You don't feel any sense of responsibility for anybody else, because you feel safe in your car. And so I think we need to recognize that, and I know that enforcement is, one of the tools to be able to address the situation, but that's not going to solve all of it. One of the issues we've been having in some of our neighborhoods or corridors that have been repaved is speeding and racing. And so we had this discussion earlier when we were talking about the repaving. How can we be proactive and thinking about the design when we're coming in to mitigate for that? Because now we have people doing donuts in our neighborhoods at the intersections, and you can see the tire marks there. And so folks are frustrated, but now it's spilling over into their neighborhoods. So I think we need to continue to talk about design. We need to talk about the culture around cars and the role that they play in our city. And then whatever we consider, that we want to make sure that that it is measurable, right? That it shows that there's reductions in crashes, injuries, property damage, and death. So I believe that's the goal, not just to be punitive, but we want to make sure folks aren't being harmed, and that property isn't also being harmed in the process. And so, Chief, you brought up the insurance one, and that was interesting. Is that something that's being done? And how does that work? Would you be notifying? Would PD notify the insurance about the behavior or the contact? What does that look like?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Lee, Councilmember Santa Cruz, I'm sorry. It's all of those things. So it can mean that insurance provider liaison can come out with us on a deployment and do real-time work. It can mean that information that's gathered. There's certainly technology that we have access to now and we use, and we can certainly scale with, for example, license plate reader technology that we can have on our patrol vehicles. So in the event we go to one of these things where it's humanly impossible to capture 100 license plates fleeing, but then the technology will assist us so we can later go back through that and identify, okay, who are the folks that are coming to these? Because it's also illegal to participate, and I want to make that clear, to block a roadway and watch these things as well. And so we do have the tools, but as Councilmember Cunningham described, these are groups where you get a mob mentality and they don't respect the authority of one or two officers. So we have to show up in force or in mass. We have had incidents this year where other agencies have had officers surrounded and it became a pretty serious officer safety issue, shots being fired with officers present. So it's as you noted, it's a really serious thing. So I 100% agree with you. Enforcement is a component, but the real solution is how do we, educate also our way in really through the insurance companies and identifying cars before there's an issue and say, hey, we'll go to follow up at their house, whether it's an insurance provider or it's one of my team members, and say, you are engaging in risky behavior and you're subject to getting yourself in trouble should you go to one of these things again. So it might not rise to the level of an arrest or a citation, but it certainly could. A strong warning that we know who you are and we know where you live and you're violating the law and we're paying attention to that and we're not going to tolerate that. So all those things come into play.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief Casmar, have you identified this areas by breakdown by ward number incidents? And I have a lot of race car driving going on in Ward 5 right now. I have a lot of complaints, but how are we going to get the citizens to educate them? What form of component we're going to use for them? I know when I was the highway safety director, that education and enforcement were two of the key components to changing people's behaviors. Chad.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Fimbres, thank you for your question. I don't have exact numbers to their from our 911 partners at Public Safety Communications on the reporting. What I can tell you is in our last deployment that occurred over the weekend, we were effective in pushing folks in gatherings because of a couple weekends of consistent deployments out of Ward 4 and into Ward 1. And the reason that we tend to see the bouncing back and forth is we have larger populations of commercial business property that tend to have new roadways. They're large, they're open, and they're not populated, which makes them more conducive to having larger gatherings that go unidentified due to, as we heard from Councilmember Dahl, the loud exhaust that we would tend to hear. We do a lot of proactive work with all of the business owners in your geographic areas throughout the entire city to make sure that they have no trespass signage, to make sure that they have public-facing cameras that are real-time that we have access to. So when a business owner calls in and says, hey, they're at my lot right now, then our resources in the 911 center can pull up that data and that camera footage and then report that. So we know the appropriate resources to send out to an event like that. So again, while I don't have an exact number, what also makes a convenient thoroughfare between your two geographic areas, which is really Operations Division South and Operations Division East, and the southern tip of Operations Division Midtown, is you have aviation golf links and I-10 in Valencia that allow the thoroughfare. So that's the trend we're seeing.
Hey, Chad. The other question is about parks, and we have a lot of issues with parks. Trucks going through, tearing up the park fields, tearing up the basketball fields, courts. We have enough police officers and traffic section unit to deal with this issue. What are your needs?
Madam Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Fimbres, you're certainly highlighting another challenge, which is a different, I want to be really clear as a car enthusiast. There are a lot of law-abiding car enthusiasts in this town that also are doing their part to try to educate and get folks who are breaking the law to not do that because they give everybody a bad name. And so I want to really make that clear. What you're describing, sir, is a different population of the car club, which can be off-road vehicles, either quads, dirt bikes, or UTVs, all-terrain vehicles that are not licensed to be on the roadway that can hop curbs easily. They do tend to be congregated in Ward 5, Ward 1, in the downtown area, and Ward 6. Again, in 3 different wards, but 3 different police divisions as well. And they're a different group. They're a group who also, unlike the intersection takeover, but also are a group that don't want to go to an organized racing structure because part of the lure and the excitement is to run from police or to impact traffic flow, and is what we see in your geographic area, sir. So that's another group that we use, our air assets and certainly other surveillance techniques to where we can identify who those folks are and then either target them through enforcement or education purposes.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you so much, Councilwoman Lee, for bringing this item to all of us. I know that we've done ordinances and policies to clamp down on this issue. This continues to happen, and frankly, this is very, very dangerous for not just the observers, but the drivers. I've seen the videos, and it's, yes, annoying, but very dangerous, and it's costly. It's costing resources and time from our officers, and we've got to be able to find new ways and new solutions to keep up with how fast these organized groups operate. So absolutely support any additional possible programs or technology that will alleviate this really concerning and costly issue. So did you have a motion, Councilwoman?
So Mayor, thank you for everyone chiming in. It's great to hear your feedback and your experiences. I do have a question for the city manager just in terms of timeline and expectations. You all, Chief Kazmar and your team, are closest to this issue. You all are the experts in this area, so we're obviously leaning toward you all to tell us what you need so that we can support you. So to the city manager, what would be an appropriate, comfortable timeline for you to return back to us with some recommendations?
So Mayor and Councilmember Lee, I think before I answer that, recognizing that we do have a lot of ongoing efforts, and those will not cease. Those will continue. We have been very aggressive in this, and we'll continue to do that. I think with regard to utilizing some technology that we have not deployed previously, I'd like at least 45 days. So bringing it back within the next 45 days would be helpful for us at this point. I can also bring some strategies for funding that as well at that point.
Thank you. So with that, Mayor, I would just move that you all return to us with some potential recommendations tied to what you need in terms of funding in 45 days.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Chief. Thank you, Councilwoman Lee. We move on to item... Alrighty, so I am going to switch things around a little bit. We're going to go to item 6 and then move back to item 4. Item 6 this time is set for the mayor and council to provide direction regarding the City of Tucson draft RTA Next framework and project list. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do have Robin Rain, the Deputy Director of Department of Transportation Mobility, as well as Patrick Hartley joining me. I don't have a formal presentation in terms of slides, but I do have the materials that were provided to you as a part of the agenda item. So I think the materials did a great job of outlining the approach that we've taken. I've talked with you about this before, and so this is actually presenting to you not only the approach, but then the projects that are commensurate with that. So first of all, I wanted to take a minute and talk about the projects that we currently have in RTA that may not be accomplished, or that we know for sure will not be accomplished as a part of the RTA that are going to be moved to RTA Next. Just to refresh your memory, the 22nd Street project, Keno to I-10, was delayed, as was the Houghton Road, and I believe that's Speedway to Tanque Verde. Okay. And so those two projects have already been, bless you, those two projects have already been moved into RTA Next. My concern, and the reason I wanted to talk about that, is because I have concerns about 22nd Street Bridge. As we have gone through, and I know that's in Ward 5, and Councilmember Fiembres has been very engaged in that. As we've gone through that, there has been an increase in cost, and there will be a need for RTA to fund that increase in order to accomplish that under this particular current program. The second project that we have been working on, which involves Ward 6, the Vice Mayor's Ward, which is Grant Road 5 and 6. It also has and borders part of Ward 3 as well. And the concern I have there is we have been asking for authorization to acquire right-of-way. We are very near to the point where if we don't get that authorization very quickly, that will delay our ability to deliver that. And so those two projects, again, are concerning to me in that if we do not get those moving and we don't identify funding in the current RTA, would have to be moved into RTA Next, which then affects not just City of Tucson projects moving forward, but also the region's projects. So I wanted to point that out. So Mayor and members of the council, very simplistically, the list that we have provided to you is our recommendation for a prioritization. The prioritization has three pieces to it, or were incorporated. One is Move Tucson, and mostly based on Move Tucson. To refresh your memory, Move Tucson was our transportation master plan, which involved a significant amount of public participation, a lot of feedback, and I'll get to that in a minute in terms of how that shook out and what that looks like. The second part of that are mayor and council priorities that we've heard from you over the last many years, as well as an including commentary as a part of the Move Tucson effort. The other piece that's included is the RTA CAC has been providing feedback. We've been listening, not specific to the list, but just part of their conversation at the CAC, and that has been included as well. We've also included information or opinion, if you will, with regard to the technical aspects of these programs and of these investments to make sure that we get the operational pieces included in that as well. In the materials, we had provided a table, and I wanted to just point out the table includes percentages, and those percentages are based on the Move Tucson framework. And so if you look at that table, you'll see that the transit component is 35%, safety element, which includes bicycle, ped, and traffic signal upgrades, that are 10%. Pavement rehabilitation is recommended at 15%. And then location-specific projects are at 35%. The only difference in deviation is the location-specific projects in the Move Tucson component were at 40%, but we have put them in at 35% to account for some administrative cost. So I wanted to just point those out. Those are consistent generally with the Move Tucson recommendations. For those of you who are really good at math, you'll notice that those don't add up to 100%. It's pretty close based on rounding. It's about 101%, but just understand that that's the basis for that. We'll also mention to you and suggest to you that the basis for this recommendation, our recommendation to you for consideration, is based on a 65% share of the RTA revenues in the future. That equates to about just shy of $1.4 billion, and we have included that breakdown in the materials. Now, folks might ask, how did you come up with that? That is what we expect the revenue that the City of Tucson will generate over the next 20 years. There are other ways to allocate costs and allocate revenues, and we're certainly open to conversation with you about what that can look like, but at least wanted to show you what 65% would look like in terms of the recommendation. Getting to the list itself, I think that some of the questions that you all have asked me is, why are these the priorities? If you think about it, the priorities that are listed are interchangeable. And I've said that to you before in that the focus from my perspective for you all is to look at the bottom part of that list. The bottom part of the list, which includes the location-specific pieces, are the ones that are on the bubble, if you will. If the 65% goes down, if for whatever reason we do not generate the revenue that we're expecting then that list will be, that line will go up and that list will have to be cut. So that's really the focal point. Now, should revenues come in better than expected, the projects below that line would then be alternative projects, which could be then included. However, that's not necessarily a given unless that you direct that up front. But keep in mind that we can also go back through and look at the categories as well. So for example, pavement rehabilitation is included at 200 million. There is a scenario where if revenues come in better than expected, instead of adding additional road projects, we could put more money into a category like pavement rehabilitation or safety elements or transit. The last thing I'll leave you with, and then we can get into some of the detail, is we currently have about $253 million that we've identified as ongoing services that are delivered using RTA monies. So that's one of the reasons why priorities 1 through 5, those are what we're already providing in terms of services that need to be funded in order to continue to provide those services. Those are transit pieces that are important for us to recognize. If RTA Next does not occur and those are not funded, then somehow those dollars either have to be made up elsewhere or we're going to have a cut in services going forward. Getting into the list itself, I won't go through the projects. I will just tell you the approach was one of identifying as many of the Move Tucson priorities as we could, but also looking at the investment system-wide and city-wide. So if you look for a map that has a specific ward investment, you aren't going to find that because it's very much by design that the safety improvements, the bike ped improvements, the traffic signalization, all of those pieces that are there, including the pavement rehabilitation, will be system-wide, the entirety of the community. And the reason that I focused on that was, if you remember, when we were originally looking at the corridor or the location specific, we really started to get into, but wait a minute, I don't have a road in this area. Why is that? Well, because the needs are different. They have more of a need for bike ped. They have more of a need for pavement rehabilitation. And so the conversation was very narrow and not holistic in terms of the investment that we're making across the board and what we're recommending. That is a fundamental flaw to the original approach that was taken, and I think we have corrected that by looking at a holistic investment using all of those dollars. If you think about each of these elements that are included in the materials, you will see that there is room for us to expand or contract depending on future revenues. And I think, again, I can't emphasize that enough, that we do have to identify the way that the dollars will be expended. That's important, and we want that because from a voter confidence standpoint, we want to make sure that the voter knows this is what we will do with the money that you entrust us with. However, we also don't have a crystal ball that'll reach out 20 years. And keep in mind that these numbers are based on a pessimistic forecast over the next 20 years. Well, that may or may not be. Would you like me to stop there, Mayor? Wrap it up? I'm almost finished.
We do want to make some commentary. Or ask questions.
Should I just stop there? If I had feelings, I'd be hurt, but I don't. Mayor, I appreciate that. So I'll wrap it up and basically just suggest to you, and again, I'm trying to give you the sense of the work that's gone into this, but the basis for it for you to utilize going forward. And so the focus is twofold. One, the category amounts are important for you to recognize and look at, but then also the listed projects as well. Because I think the listed projects, the way we have them set, are the ones that could be on the bubble, if you will, depending on how that 65% number is potentially changed down the road. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Any other comments from DTM? Okay, so we have been working on the possibility of putting a list together that reflects the needs of the city of Tucson and our residents. And the process that the RTA staff had dictated was really not working for the city of Tucson. And really, we had to press the reset button most recently at the RTA board because of the cost of things, because of the cost of construction. And this mayor and council decided to give direction to the city manager to put our own list together based on our needs, based on what Tucsonans have expressed through the Move Tucson Master Plan and Tucson Resilient Together, and through the priorities expressed by Tucson's representation at our Citizens Advisory Committee at the RTA. So I see this particular list as really taking it upon ourselves to say, hey, we want to work for the benefit of creating a good plan for all of us. I believe that this particular list can coexist with the needs of Marana and Sahuarita and Pima County and Oro Valley, as well as our native nations. And they could bring a similar list, right? Based on the sales taxes that they produce approximately, they can bring us a similar list to the table. I also recognize that there are Arizona Department of Transportation priorities that are of regional concern and that are a concern to the city of Tucson for the benefit of our economy and our community. So I really think this is the smart way to move forward. And I believe that it is what Tucsonans have expressed time and time again in terms of what they want investments in. So with that, I'd like to open it up for my colleagues on the council to give feedback and input on what we have in front of us. And I believe that we do have to give the city manager direction on how to move this list and this conversation forward and share and present with a technical management committee. And I would prefer that the city manager and his DTM team present as well to the Citizens Advisory Committee. So I'll open it up for my colleagues for some thoughts and questions and direction. All right, Councilmember Cunningham.
So for some of the things in our targeted area, oh wait, we're on 6, sorry. One of the things I had to ask was, we're leaving a project off of our, what is the RTA item? RTA 1, we're leaving that off. Is that factored into this estimate? And how is that factored into this estimate? Because for me, there is, of the $400 million that we're talking about, 1/10 is actually word too specific, completely word too specific. The rest of it is there's 15 million that crosses over multiple words, like our citywide projects, but then there's, you take that out, there's 27 million. That's about 1/20, about 5% of the 400 million for the city, the city specific. And I've actually said on the record that I don't care if there's a deviation per ward. Like I'm good that if we've got to put a little more somewhere else to create a better flow and to get some of the things we need to do. I'm a team player on that one, but I don't want I can't have the deviation be so wide that it doesn't make sense to my constituents or to me. So I guess that's the only philosophical piece I have. And I just want to be sure that we're close. I know that there's different projects that have different priorities. For us, I think we're looking to not only do some pavement preservation, which is needed into this next package, but the other piece that's really important to us is taking the roads that we have and making them the best roads we can get. So there's certain places, like here's a good example. Here's one where I have constituents that drive down that 5th Street Wilmot to Craycroft. And there's a huge discussion, and Steve's been a champ in working it. I'm totally willing to help on that one because it is a conundrum because you've got that drainage area between, I get, more or less McKinley and about Sonoyta on Fifth, that no matter what we do, we're never going to get the preservation we need. We actually have to asset manage the thing where we know we're going to be going out there every 4 years. Then you've got another one on Golf Links, which is more Ward 4 than Ward 2. And again, I'm totally on board in helping out and saying, okay, wait a minute, let's asset manage that thing, especially when we're coming south on Camino Seco, or better yet, even coming south on Pantano. So I think there's some discussions to be had. I will say this, I'm thinking about kind of Restaurant Row and the equestrian district that we're working on Tanque Verde Road out east, and I'm kind of thinking about how do we twist that in? And so those are some other pieces that I'm thinking about as we go to our, RTA proposal 27.0. So we'll go for it and we'll be there, and we're going to support our team to come up with the best package we can for the city.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Mayor, I'd like to address that. I think it's important. So the first question you asked, I think, is extremely important, and that was what is the project that was moved from RTA 1 to RTA Next? That's right off the top is included in this as an assumption that those dollars are already set aside. So we've taken that out and assumed that, number one, that'll be accomplished, which in your ward, I believe, is Houghton from Speedway to Tanque Verde. The second piece of that, I think, is also important, and that is the system-wide improvements across the board. And I think you're right in that the location-specific improvements are lesser in Ward 2 than in other wards, but the system improvements, all-inclusive, including traffic signal technologies to help people get across town faster, which will benefit very directly some of your residents. So I just wanted to let you know that was the approach that we took. Thank you.
Any others? Councilman Lee.
I apologize for being tardy to the party. I just wanted to comment on the list of projects. Mayor, thank you so much for making sure Marianne Cleveland was on the list as a top priority. I think just being the voice of the folks in Ward 4, we have, I think, one project on the pretty confident list we'll be able to get it done, and it's at the very bottom, and then everything else is questionable. And so I don't know how much value Ward 4 residents are going to feel with the current list. So I'm just letting everyone know that up front. And so that was just kind of my observations of seeing this latest draft of the list.
Alrighty, any others? Vice Mayor.
So can you explain the relationship between the list that we see? You've got transit numbers 1 through 6, and then you've got a couple more, the road repair, the safety. Is that supposed to reflect the region-wide priorities or Tucson priorities?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and I'm going to let Patrick weigh in on this as well. So the spirit and intent of this was to identify the priorities that were listed in Move Tucson first. So the table that we gave to you all is really based on the Move Tucson piece, okay? However, what we also did is on the spreadsheet that we provided, the columns are the sub-elements that are part of the RTA. And so we wanted to show that both can be accomplished with these. So they are City of Tucson priorities from a Move Tucson standpoint, but they are also consistent with the priority elements that were established by the RTA for the region. Patrick, did you want to add anything to that?
Mr. Manager, thank you very much. No, I think that's an accurate representation. It's really a reflection of the City of Tucson's priorities developed through Move Tucson, and this is what that looks like when we break that down to kind of that project specific, assuming that 65% set aside. So really, I think a Tucson-focused package.
But the $2.34 billion would be a total RTA revenue stream, not City of Tucson 65% or whatever number we land on.
So the 2.3 billion is the estimate for the RTA. 65% of that's about 1.37, I'll call 1.4.
So I guess I'm going to be sounding more pessimistic than the pessimistic outlook, but I don't think we're going to get to 2.34 billion. I mean, the reality is that they're hundreds of millions of dollars short right now. Cost escalation is not going away. There was no recession built into the 20-year projection. You know, turn on the news, wars cause recessions, and guess what's happening? And so I think that we really ought to be concerned about what's at the bottom end of the list, because that's going to get truncated necessarily if and when we don't hit those revenue projections. And so that's one concern. I share Nikki's concern for Ward 4 that what we're seeing on this list does not necessarily reflect what I'm hearing from constituents, and to some extent Paul's as well. I hear all the time road repair. And if we're talking about putting $200 million in spread over 20 years for repairing our arterials, that's $10 million a year. That's not going to come anywhere close to getting that done. So that's going to be a concern. That, I mean, I just don't see the Midtown constituents saying, yeah, that we're all in on that. Let's throw $10 million a year in for fixing arterials, where we know that's not going to handle it. Secondly, or whatever number I'm at now, I also hear safety improvements all the time. I mean, I was pretty clear in the run-up to this saying, we're not, in the Midtown area, we're not looking for road-specific projects. We don't need to, set aside Grant Road, and that's next on my list. But we're not going to widen Speedway again. We're not going to widen Broadway again. So this isn't really a road-specific project, but we are hearing lighting. We're hearing smart signalization. We're hearing hawk lights. We're hearing the pedestrian and bike safety elements all the time in the Midtown area, especially around the university and up on Ward 3 as well. A lot of conversation about Mountain Avenue. That is getting a tiny fraction of what the funding is reflected in this list. So that's a concern. And next, you mentioned Grant Road's phases 5 and 6. You've got that listed here, but they haven't even begun design on 5 and 6. And as you mentioned, they're not even funding the property acquisition for those phases yet. That's anywhere between $75 and $100 million for those two segments. If that gets kicked into and you're creating a donut hole on the Grant Road improvement, which, by the way, we're starting to do public outreach for the Grant Road Improvement District and the overlay for that segment. And now we're going to tell people, oh, by the way, that might be on the ballot next time. And so anything we're talking about now is not funded, so it's aspirational. That's going to be a tough sell to people. You also have listed Tucson Boulevard, but there's nothing north of 22nd Street that's on the list to get repaired. And I'll tell you now, that's a disaster zone, anywhere from Broadway south all the way to Prince. And so the list right now is going to, I think, really going to be problematic for Midtown residents, and that would include, to the extent that I'm familiar with their feelings, and Kevin's more close to it than me, Wards 3 and Ward 6 residents. Those are my thoughts. I think it's going to be a tough sell.
Any others? Oh, Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 22nd Street Bridge, Mike, can you elaborate on that one? And also, can you elaborate on the previous work that has been done on roads in the city of Tucson prior to us?
Councilmember Fimbres, I heard the prior request to information prior to us, but I didn't understand the question. I apologize.
Yeah, 22nd Street Bridge right now is what we're talking about. All the prior jobs that were done that worked fine, never got any money from because of the property widening.
Okay, Mayor, I believe I understand that it has to do with the bridge work as well as the delay of the project on 22nd Street into RTA Next. And so as I mentioned to Councilmember Cunningham, that's the second project is 22nd Street Keno to I-10, which was moved from RTA, the first RTA to RTA Next. So that is right out of the chute, the first project or one of the first projects that would be delivered under RTA Next. With regard to the bridge project itself, that does cause me great concern. because it is listed under RTA 1 or the first RTA, and we are identifying a fairly significant shortfall there in terms of the cost, going back to what the Vice Mayor mentioned in terms of cost escalation. We do not have a strategy for that other than to try to reduce cost as best we can. I know that there have been some comments from the public. Many of them came to call the audience a bit ago, followed up with a stakeholder meeting, and so that is still on hold pending those conversations as well as identification of strategies for funding them.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Michael. Also, can the mayor and council be reminded of the preservation and maintenance board plan?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, so I was very deliberate in using the terminology rehabilitation in the plan as opposed to maintenance. This is very explicit to maintaining the arterials. As Vice Mayor mentioned, even at $10 million a year, that's not a lot of money for us to maintain the arterial network. Keep in mind that the other piece, the Prop 411 should take care of some of the collectors as well as, or the collectors as well as there's an opportunity for some arterials as well. But keep in mind that there will not be enough money to rehabilitate all of the arterial network without this. And so this is the bare bones. There's no way that we could maintain the arterial network without additional dollars.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any others? Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yeah. So what I appreciate about this draft list, and I know that we're doing it specifically with the RTA, but it's even like a roadmap of where we need to go or what are the needs that we've identified. And so you might consider how this ends up getting packaged at the end of the day, but I think it is important to have a list like this in front of us. I also, I think it's helpful for us to also have some context, right? Because as I hear some of my other colleagues here at the table feeling like there are areas of the city aren't being covered. I mean, I feel like this past RTA, the areas in, my area on the west side or the south side weren't even touched. So how do we have a sense of like what has been done throughout the city, and then why this project list was prioritized as a result, just so that we have more information? Because if not at the table, we're going to be advocating, for us to get our share. But again, are we at a level playing field to begin with, or are other areas, have they been prioritized? And so now we need to, level it out a little more.
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, I'm not prepared to give you the exact analysis here at the table, but what I could do is bring back, I think you bring up an excellent point, which is, we'll call it RTA investment in total, which is the 2006 RTA as well as the potential for an RTA next, and overlay those so that you all can see the investment of both of these revenue streams over time, 20 years from now, what that could look like. I'm happy to do that, and we can bring that back to you maybe at a future meeting. Mayor, it does concern me that we do have some council members that are concerned about the list. I think that we should maybe take a little bit of a pause, have more conversation about it, maybe make some changes to the list, bring it back for further discussion before you give me direction. What I would not want to happen is for us to get the direction of staff, go off, and there to be a concern that is left unaddressed. And I think it would be important to at least have those discussions going forward, if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I think that it's important to at least present a list, and based on the needs of our community and also what our community have told us they want to see investment in. I think that we need to make sure that our colleagues feel comfortable with the list that is presented to us, to make sure that we go to the RTA board and the technical management committee as well as the CAC and basically say, this is what we want. I like the concept of having this list. I like the concept of being able to say, hey, these are our priorities, and we'll bring it to the table and then work with other jurisdictions to make the final list for the community to weigh in. And so if you feel, Mr. Ortega, that you need time to make sure that that this draft list is reflective of the investments we want to see as a whole, then I think that's fair. But I really like this concept. And again, we've got to be able to be ready as a jurisdiction to present to the RTA board what our priorities are as we move forward. Time is of the essence, to be honest with you. I believe that because of the different push-pull that had been given to all jurisdictions from RTA staff, we really wasted this year. And we had to go back and look at costs, which keep moving. So it would be great to have something by our November meeting, Mr. Ortega, so that we could present to the RTA board, to the TMC, to the CAC, and figure out how we move forward with the priorities of the city of Tucson being the ones that we care for and that we present them to the RTA board.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going back and forth here a little bit, and I apologize, I don't normally do that, but I do agree with you, the time is of the essence. I don't have a problem sharing this list with the TMC or the CAC, recognizing that we're, and I'll use the term tweak it, we're going to tweak it some before it is finalized, as long as you all are comfortable with me doing that. If you're comfortable with me moving in that direction, we will go forward with that, recognizing that we're going to move it a little bit based on some of the feedback that we'll get over the next few months. That will certainly keep us on track to get this out there. But also, we'll need to leave ourselves a little bit of wiggle room to make sure that we can come back and have more dialogue with you all as time goes on, so you can see what those investments. So I'm happy to do that. I just want to make sure.
Comfortable with that? Do my colleagues feel like this
everybody's
is,
comfortable with
knowing that it's a draft list, that there's going to be some tweaking on our end? Do you all feel comfortable, having our city manager present this list as a draft list to both the Technical Management Committee as well as the Citizens Advisory Committee? Vice Mayor.
Madam Mayor.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Was he in the middle of a sentence? I guess he's, well, I guess not, but I really, and to address some of the concerns that were voiced, I'm not as concerned about specific, who's getting the most ward by ward. It's that the categorical elements are, specifically road repair, which is not listed in the RTA plan, and at all. And the safety elements, the pedestrian, the stuff that really is highlighted in Move Tucson, are really given short shrift in our list. And so, what you can share whatever you want. I'm cool with that. But if the voters are asked, if the voters that I hear from all the time are asked to vote on an RTA package that is not going to address road repair and is not going to give anywhere close to the same level of consideration to the categorical elements under the safety umbrella, they're going to kick it out of the stadium and say no sale, pal. And that's not what our Move Tucson categories reflect. They do reflect pedestrian and bike safety and protected bike lanes and lighting and hawk lights and all that kind of thing. They don't reflect the things that Marana wants or Oro Valley wants, which is wider and cool roads.
And you make a good point, but we also have to pair all of this list with our Proposition 411 funds that are coming in, right? The Proposition 411 funds don't just address investment in residential roads. We have $150 million the next 10 years for bike and pedestrian investments that we need to pair with that safety element that you're talking about. So we really do need to see it as a whole. But I just want to make sure that the strategy that we're talking about is something that we care to advance, while at the same time doing the tweaks that we'd like to see happen within the draft list that we have.
I can just chime in, Mayor. Sorry. I do agree, Steve. Like, one of the things we hear all the time is just like preservation of the roads, right? And that is more of a predominant concern for our folks in Ward 4, less so than some of the other elements. We've talked about the bus stop availability in Ward 4, and there's less of a focus. Just, we've all admitted that each of our wards is a little different for how people move around than some of the transit focus. And so I think it is just, I'm also fine with us moving the list forward in draft format and still having conversations about what we want to move around. So that sounds good, Mayor.
Alrighty, so we're going to have to move on, and it sounds like most of us feel comfortable kind of moving the list forward, knowing that we're going to tweak it and that we're going to move a little bit around based on the needs of both the residents and then what our colleagues on the council listen to from their constituents. So with that, we need to move on to the next item. But Mr. Manager, how do you feel with the input?
Mayor, I'm fine with it. Here's what I will do. Within the next few days, I will have the staff meet with your offices, see what tweaks we can make ahead of time, and we will then try to incorporate those so that we can get this list out to the RTA within the next week. So probably by the end of next week, we'll have that list. Because what I don't want to do is send a rough draft. I mean, it needs to be fairly solidified, so that way we're really talking through the big picture items that the Vice Mayor mentioned in terms of the categoricals and those kinds of things. So that's the approach I'll take, and then we'll get it over to the RTA.
That's
Thank you, Mayor.
perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. We move on to item 4. Staff will provide an update on the efforts to expand options and the possible tools for redevelopment of underutilized sites. Welcome, Christina and Corin. Just wanted to open up the item by, reminding folks that both Council Member Santa Cruz and I introduced this item back in April. We talked heavily about modernizing our corridors as a key to ensure that we will be thriving, sustainable, and see density development in our community. A couple of things. There's a clear need for more affordable housing. There's a clear need for mixed uses in our community. And, these changes will complement the goals of Move Tucson and Tucson Resilient Together and all of the direction that this mayor and council have given in terms of creating a more dense and urban and transit-oriented city. So I'm looking forward to the presentation that you have. I want to make sure that our colleagues on the council give input on the presentation that you have. I'm looking forward to, starting the work on this. So, Mr. Manager, I don't know if you wanted to introduce the item or just have
I'll just turn it right over to Christina as
Director
well.
Swallow start.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, I know it's late, so we're going to try to get through this. And luckily, you summarized a lot of my opening slides. So I am just going to go through. Am I going the wrong way? There, all right, sorry. Just getting to the background, as you mentioned, this item dates back, actually it dates back all the way to February when there was some study session recommendations from the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development, and council directed us to really look at zoning regulations to encourage affordable housing. That continued on in the April session when we discussed a little bit further, or council discussed a little bit further, code and plan updates to facilitate redevelopment with a focus on mixed-use development and affordable and workforce housing. And then continued even more at the August 8th meeting when we discussed and were directed to start looking at regulations regarding tiny homes and how we might facilitate tiny home development and the breadth of housing opportunities. The goals of this initiative are really to remove those barriers to affordable housing, promote transit-oriented infill development, update the zoning to really make it easier to permit the full spectrum of housing. We've made some progress on there, but there are still some opportunities in that space, and simplify redevelopment of those underutilized and vacant sites. We're fortunate in the city of Tucson, we already have some good tools that have helped facilitate redevelopment so far. Our downtown infill incentive district, we've seen the benefits of that in the downtown area. The urban overlay districts, which are getting mixed take-up, but they are working in some areas, individual parking plans, and we did some code streamlining earlier this year that really helped in some spaces in terms of setbacks and townhouses and reducing some parking requirements for small-scale multifamily. So since that April 18th meeting, the team has been working with some consultants to do some initial analysis of the existing conditions, some barriers, opportunities, and some potential tools to facilitate redevelopment. The analysis included a review of current zoning and land use along some of Tucson's corridors, a market assessment of key corridors, and some analysis of the barriers to redevelopment in the UDC. We also conducted a focus group discussion with development professionals to understand their perspective on what the barriers were. Eco Northwest specializes, they're a firm that specializes in zoning and market assessments, and they conducted an analysis of corridors to better determine market-driven barriers and opportunities to help inform the focus areas and the types of tools that we may need. We in PDSD worked with them to identify 16 representative corridors. If you look at the map, you can see that's not all of the corridors in our community, and it wasn't intended to be all of the corridors. It was really intended to represent some various geographies and market conditions so we could get an idea, again, of those barriers. So we did get the breadth of kind of conditions and geographies, but not necessarily all. That said, when we get into these analysis slides, you can see that we really did look at the community as a whole, not just those corridors. So those corridors were intended to be simply representative. So to understand the market conditions, a geospatial model was created that used 17 key inputs for its analysis, and some of that data was permit activity, sales and rental prices, tax valuation, zoning typology, and you can see the results of that. So a couple of the indicators are where the strip commercial centers are and where the vacant parcels are. I don't think either of these are really surprises to anyone. If you drive our corridors, that's where you see, and if you drive our community, you know really where the vacant land is. We also looked at the density of parking lot acreage, as well as transit access. The parking lots are throughout the community, but where you see those really dark areas, that's at the airport and at the malls. And then transit access is strongest in the center of the city. I should note that while we're doing all of this work, we're looking at it at a point in time. So things could change moving forward that might change where the opportunity sites are. For instance, transit access could change, and as that changes, we may see other sorts of opportunities. We organized those corridors, those 16 corridors, we clustered them into categories. The first was downtown. We pulled that one separate from the others because just the uniqueness of downtown with the density of housing, commercial uses and jobs, and transit access. So that one was sort of pulled out, and there's already a lot of momentum around downtown in terms of redevelopment. The second area we looked at was high activation corridors. You can see that on Speedway and sort of the midtown area of Broadway. When you start looking at those, we're already seeing a really low share of vacant land, but a high share of surface parking. Also, redevelopment in that area is most likely to occur through changing the land use in that space. Moderate activation corridors, these areas have more land zoned for higher density residential, but have not really seen development that takes full advantage of those zoning allowances. And then the low activation corridors have fewer consistent patterns of land use, and they represent areas with more undeveloped land, lower density development, and lower land and improvement values, less transit access. So different sorts of opportunities. And it's important to understand that the tools that we ultimately develop may be more applicable to some areas more than others. So we want to make sure we have a breadth of tools because we want to make sure that we're taking advantage of opportunity sites throughout the community. So speaking of opportunity sites, our team looked at the community as a whole to identify areas that may be better equipped for redevelopment. They looked, privately owned, half-acre or minimum sites, existing, how well is the site currently used, value, and transit access. So identified those sites. You can see they're located broadly across the community. Of the 16 corridors in the analysis that we looked at, so the 16 corridors that are circled in red up there on the site, we found that the most opportunity sites were located on Speedway, sort of in the central part of our community, Country Club North, 22nd, again, Midtown, and Oracle North. I'm just going to flip real quick back and note that we didn't include in our analysis like Campbell and Grant or Stone. And so you can see if you look at that, there's a lot of opportunity sites along those corridors as well as other communities throughout the community. All right. I'll also note that the majority of the opportunity sites that we found are already zoned commercial, or they have mixed use or possibly split zoning. So there is a lot of opportunity. We identified over 281 parcels with that criteria. If that criteria were to change, given information from council, we might identify even more. So what did we find? And when we talked to our focus groups, what we found that they identified as the biggest barriers were a lot of the things that council has already been talking about. Parking minimums, building heights and setbacks, density restrictions, other sorts of use restrictions or requirements. This aligns well with some feedback that we got actually from the ARP earlier this year. They hired a consultant to look at our codes and really look at what are the barriers to housing, parking, and mobility, and they found very similar results. We also heard from our focus group some challenges with redevelopment in the process and fees space. What was interesting is that some of our processes, those discretionary processes that we have implemented to make it easier to do different things or create those opportunities, those actually create some uncertainty. And so some of the development community is concerned about using those because of the uncertainty related to them. They also expressed concerns regarding the conflicting goals that we have, perhaps between the neighbors, between communities. There's a strong push for more affordable housing and more access to housing, but that doesn't always align with the communities when they're working in those developments. And then the last one that they identified that we're highlighting is the structure of impact fees that that they stated disincentivizes redevelopment and new infill development, and especially multifamily. So those were some of the things we heard from our focus group. And so now we're thinking about what are we going to do for corridor? What are some of the tools? So some of the tools, one is sort of a corridor redevelopment option. And you might think of this as sort of a citywide overlay. So should a corridor meet certain criteria, then they might be able to use different sorts of zoning options. Those could provide more flexibility, parking setbacks, density, coverage. Looking further at reduced parking minimums. That's another opportunity we may be able to look at. And then continuing to look at, how those bonuses for affordable housing, where maybe that's additional height or additional density, development standards to really facilitate the construction of tiny homes. We've had that conversation, and so we want to make sure that we're looking at how do we really facilitate not just tiny homes, but that full spectrum, that missing middle, including all of those. Reduction to barriers for adaptive reuse. We don't need to fully redevelop our sites. We might be able to simply reuse some of those existing buildings. So where are those barriers? And then simplification of some of the processes, whether they're challenging, whether they're overly long, making sure that we're simplifying those to the extent that makes sense. Brief scan of what we've done so far since April and what we're looking at moving forward. At this point, we finished, we're pretty much through phase 1, which we've identified as discovery of this, and we're looking towards moving forward through the rest of the roughly 18-month process. Our next step is to really look at some of those opportunity sites in each of the wards. Look at those opportunity sites and do some concept plans. If we were to redevelop this as tiny homes, or if we were to redevelop this as a mixed-use development, how much could we get on that property? How many homes could we get on that property? How many affordable apartment housing units plus mixed use could we get? Where are the barriers? Are they in the setbacks? Are they in the parking? And then once we have a better understanding of that, that will enable us to start really working with our community, not just the developer part of the community. That is one part of it, but we really need to work with our residents and our citizens in the community to make sure that we all come to the table to understand what is acceptable as we start to make these changes to really facilitate that redevelopment.
Thank you so much. Did you want to include anything, Mr. Ortega?
No, Mayor, thank you. I think it's just an opportunity to get some feedback from you all on the timeline as well as on the action items.
Thank you, Director Swallow, for your presentation. Really appreciate you all moving so quickly in this project, and really happy to hear that many of these conversations we've had here already. Appreciate that you brought us a work plan or a timeline to start the work here. One of the issues that many mayors throughout the country are talking about is that we have a lot of empty office space throughout the country, but Tucson is no different than other cities. And so I just want to make sure that we're addressing that piece. How do we adaptively reuse a lot of office space that might, or commercial space that might be empty, and make it easier for developers or owners of that property to be able to add affordable housing or mixed income developments to be able to cover some of those housing needs that we have. So looking forward to those conversations and others, but I do want to open up for my colleagues on the council, and I did see Councilmember Fimbres with his hand up first. So I'll do that and then come to Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Hi, Madam Mayor. Can the mayor and council be reminded of how staff would go to the neighborhoods and business, including legacy business on the corridors as well as those to the Irvington, 6th Avenue, Valencia, and others, get feedback and buy-in?
Yes, thank you for the question, Member Fimbres. We are looking forward to reaching out to the small businesses and all of the community partners along the way, so the additional residents and the community, the neighborhood associations, to really understand not just the barriers, but what they're looking for as we work to redevelop our community.
Or not from Tucson or Arizona on this proposal? How will staff owners who are not from Tucson or Arizona on this proposal?
We will use all the resources that we can to make sure that we are also contacting those residents or those homeowners or property owners that don't live in the community, and that may be including doing mailers to the address of record for those properties.
Alrighty, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
So I have a question about the focus corridors, what you're presenting or what the consultant put together. Are you all moving forward with that? Or are you also taking feedback around some of these corridors?
I'm glad you asked the question, Member Santa Cruz. Those were really simply just for the analysis purpose to sort of understand what we were looking at in the community and kind of categorize the types of corridors that we have. What we will move forward with at this point, depending, of course, on Mayor and Council input, is something that's much more broad and inclusive of all the corridors in our community. We're not intending to leave any out unless the members of council decide that they want us to specifically focus on a handful. But our intent is really to make this a community comprehensive look and tools that would be broadly applicable.
Yeah, I mean, one of the issues just in looking at the map, and it happens a lot, and anytime we talk to staff in the city, is that a lot of times the south side is seen like it's about making connections to downtown or to midtown, when in reality, a lot of us, who live there, grew up there, you travel east-west, you don't really go north-south. So how are we being intentional? And it's always tricky because of the freeways that kind of isolate us and also the railroad tracks. But how are we still being intentional about those east-west connections that folks in the south side need? Because a lot of the time they're not going north at 22nd. So making sure that's, we're considering that as well.
Definitely, and that reminds me, I didn't really mention when I talked about our timeline how closely we were planning on working with DTM and HCD and some of our other internal departments to make sure that the tools that we ultimately develop also work with all of the plans that they're also working on developing and have already approved. So thank you, though, for reminding us of the way our community moves.
Any other comments from our colleagues? Alrighty. Vice Mayor, I see you pressing your mic, so go ahead.
So thank you. I don't, locked up here. I don't mean this with any disrespect, but in reading through to anybody, in reading through the proposal, I was frustrated. We essentially hired an outside consultant to tell us that we need to make code changes to our processes, or it's going to take 18 months, and we need to make some parking and density changes. I mean, we know that. I think we can do more, and I think we can do it quicker. Tiny homes aren't even mentioned until one line on page 6 of the staff memo. That was sort of where we began this whole conversation. Our problems that our codes were drawn up decades ago, before the products that we're talking about today existed and before anybody was talking about housing affordability. So what we have is a suburban living code that at the time nobody was even envisioning a home under 750 square feet. And the result now is that we have a code that if you put over 3 units on a development property, it kicks in all these commercial requirements. We have increased parking requirements if you have a studio that has a loft as a sleeping quarter. If you have community parking, it's now a condo development, which brings all its own new challenges. And I didn't see anything that the consultant proposed that was really out of the box thinking. It was go back through the process again and start kind of iteratively making these code changes. The Ward 3 pilot is great. It's not enough. It's nice though. It's going to take another 9 months or so to demonstrate to us that we have a tool in place that's costly and time consuming to yield a result that we're trying to achieve more quickly. I'd like your reaction to something a little more aggressive, say a text amendment across the board that says in R2, R3, industrial, mobile home zoned areas, we are going to set up a menu of what's allowed that reduces parking, it allows increased density. It reflects zoning conditions that would allow us to create tiny home villages that may have shared amenities, they may not have shared amenities, that may have shared parking, they may not have shared parking, but identify the product that we're after and say, as a text amendment, we're going to allow these uses in R2, R3, industrial or mobile home, or pick your zoning category, so that we can move more quickly than saying we're going to make a little code change here, a little parking adjustment here, and a little density change here. And that's not built into the process right now that we're talking about. So I'd like your reaction to that kind of a more aggressive approach, more kind of across the board, so that irrespective of what ward we're in, we're going to allow these products that didn't exist when our codes were drawn up.
Vice Mayor Kozachik, thank you. I ultimately think that is the goal. We need to make sure that we go through the process with our neighbors and our neighborhood associations and the community to make sure that what we put in that text amendment or what we put in that final document is something that can be supported by the community. When we come forward, it is intended to include tiny homes, but it will also include the other versions of affordable housing that we really need to make sure are available so that our whole community can find the right housing for their specific
No, I get
needs.
that. I'm not just talking about tiny homes, duplexes, triplexes, quads, all of the above.
Yeah.
But, and I also get the community engagement's going to happen. But if you took existing zoning categories, R2, R3, whatever, pick them, there are certain uses allowed within those categories. There are also certain uses that A, aren't allowed, and B, didn't even exist when the zoning categories were devised. And that's what I'm suggesting, is roll those new products and roll this new vision that we're talking about, these new products, into the already existing allowable uses and say, this is what we're after, and then go and begin your community engagement.
So we're definitely interested in hearing what some of those are, because I know that we may not know all of the ones that might be missing. We can work on making sure that those are being addressed, but interested in hearing more perspective on what those are as we work through this process. And one of where I ended was sort of that next steps is really looking to see what isn't working about the code. And so when I said we're going to lay out these, maybe it's a tiny home village, maybe it's a mixed use, maybe it's simply an affordable housing, multifamily development, really looking at it and seeing, well, where are the things we think our code allows it, but it doesn't really. That's why, and we'll be reaching out to you to help identify what sites we do these test cases on in your wards, because you all have a site that perhaps you're like, I don't understand why that hasn't redeveloped.
Right.
So we will be reaching out to you to help narrow down which sites we're going to do those test cases on to help further inform that ultimate process with our community.
And I agree with that strategy because I would, I drive around and sometimes I send lots of pictures to the city manager to fix stuff. But I do wonder, like, this is like a major, incredible property, and why is it not developing? And so I want us to get to the bottom of how can we, one, make it much more practical and easier to build inside the city of Tucson. I want to be able to be as easy. I want to be able to be the jurisdiction in Pima County that has the easiest process to be able to develop in our city. We want to see infill development and development in our city. Of course, we want smart strategies, but I want to be able to go through this process, right? I want to see what is it that we can do at parking lots at Tucson Mall and at Park Place and at Elcon that will be acceptable to neighbors in the area, right? Because we have seen time and time again pieces of property in our city that we feel, oh my God, it would be wonderful to have multi-use, mixed income, 6-story buildings here, but we just went through a perfect example on Broadway and Rosemont, where neighbors in the area were very, very concerned about height and density in that parcel. So we do have to have engagement, and we do have to have the buy-in of our community as we move forward to densify. I like the idea of low activation corridors, right? For example, in Ward 4, in areas of Ward 2, it might not be appropriate to have a 6-story, 10-story building But we could potentially see, we've allowed ADUs now. Can we allow for duplexes? Can we allow for fourplexes? I don't know if you call them that. But what is the tolerance level of different areas of our community, and what can we see in terms of the usage of parcels and parking lots within our city? Sometimes you need to move slow to get there fast. And so I do commend you for getting a market assessment of our corridors, for getting that expert feedback and input, for having ARP give us an assessment of our codes. Now we know exactly, based on the input that we're giving you, to yes, move ahead. And so talking about that, do you need any specific direction on this particular item?
I believe the direction has been given at the past council meetings. And so
Excellent.
we're going to keep on moving forward
Yes.
and welcome your suggestions as we go along the way.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Any other questions or comments or observations?
Totally on the right track. Exactly what I was looking for.
Yes. Any others? All righty. Thank you so much, Director Swallow. Looking forward to all of the work that you're going to be doing to help us create this infill investment that we want to see happen in our city. Thank you. Alrighty, so we move on to item 5 has been continued at the request of staff. Item 7, time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive updates on state and national legislation and regional committees. Welcome to the table, Mr. Greenhill.
Mayor, I did want to take a quick minute, privilege of the microphone, to let you know this is Andrew's last mayor and council meeting, and he has done amazing things for us for many years. Well, let me get out of the way here.
Oh, I'm knuckling away a tear.
Well, Andrew, thank you so much for your 24 years of service to the residents of the city of Tucson. You are very valuable. You have contributed so much to our community, first under Mayor Walkup, and then your continued work as our intergovernmental director. I don't know what the exact title was, but we really value the policies that you brought to the table, your many years of service to make our city the best city in Arizona and across the country. So thank you for your service, Andrew. And I know that you're going to bigger and better things, but we will absolutely miss you here in the city. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Hard to work now, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd like to just, give a quick federal update, if I could. Of course, thank you so much for the comments. I really appreciate the support I've gotten from this mayor and council over many years for both for the work itself as well as, personally. You've all understood well how important working with the federal government and the state government is to achieving so many of the goals that you've set out for the community. And I've felt that support and I appreciate it. And even just personally, you're right, Mayor, I've been here 24 years. Interestingly, about a dozen on your side of the table, right, on the elected officials side, and then about a dozen years here on the administrative side. And it's work that, even just to go back to something Dr. Cullen said earlier, it's personal. And, if you're a mission-driven person and you care about the community, it's something, it's just the kind of work that just, feels good to do. And, so for me, for Valerie, for my kids, who've all been around this and supported me and been a part of supporting this community, I'm grateful. So thank you all very, very much for that. So to the federal government, where we left things last time, Mayor, The Speaker of the House was voted down at a couple of weeks ago when we spoke and didn't know where it was going to go next. The latest twist in that tale was today. The House Republican majority nominated Congressman Jim Jordan of Ohio for the speakership. He needed 217 votes to be elected speaker, and he only received 200. So there were about 20 members of the GOP caucus who did not vote for him. So there is still no speaker. They talked about having a second vote later this afternoon and didn't, which probably means the votes aren't there. They have said they may vote again tomorrow. But as Councilmember Fimbres and his staff have asked me about, what does that mean and what are the implications of that? Again, the House cannot really do any legislative business, including approving a fiscal year 24 budget or spending plan, which is really important, without a speaker being elected. So that continues to cause issues. We'll see if they can get the votes together to elect a speaker as soon as possible. As far as the spending plan, as you know, the CR was passed. That gave 45 extra days to keep the federal government open. Today is October 17th, and it runs out, the CR runs out November 17th. So it's 1 month from today where a spending plan needs to be approved, or there will be that government shutdown. And then just as a reminder, as the mayor spoke about eloquently last time, there are a number of important negative impacts that the community would feel should a government shutdown happen, including impacting housing support, Meals on Wheels, WIC funding. There are just so many, including the need to work with the federal government that we have here at the city when it comes to grants and just interactions to make sure our programs and services that we implement continue to move forward. Councilmember Fimbres asked about the Postal Service, and just a real quick update on that. There is a proposal to increase first-class postage, a postage stamp to 68 cents starting in January. The Postal Review Commission still has to approve that for that to go into effect. That has, of course, lots of implications, but important to mention that Postmaster General DeJoy has a plan to both increase revenues and decrease costs as a way to keep the eagle facing forward and keep the Postal Service sustainable. One of the ways in which we've fought back, of course, has been supporting Cherry Bell and making sure that's not on the consolidation or cut list as a way to help cut costs. And again, we've been very successful on that effort and hope we continue to do so. Some last bits of news from today. The Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, has announced that the late Senator Feinstein's place on the Senate Appropriations Committee will be filled by Arizona's Senator Sinema. So that's a very high-powered and important position on one of the most powerful committees in the Senate. That, of course, has power over, deciding on federal spending. As a result, she'll be leaving the Intelligence Committee, and actually, Arizona Senator Mark Kelly has been announced today that he'll take that position on the Intelligence Committee. So big moves for Arizona's two United States senators. Also worth mentioning, Arizona Congresswoman Debbie Lesko, whose district is in the West Valley. She announced today that she's not running again for re-election. So that will open a seat, at least by registration, a majority Republican district in the West Valley. But we've worked with her both in the State House and Senate as well as in Congress. So there'll be a change there. Two quick last announcements. One is that our federal lobbyists, Bracy Tucker Brown, will be in Tucson next week. They are looking to do federal planning meetings with mayor and council, and so we're working very quickly to set up those meetings. If you'd like to have a meeting with the team and me when they're in town, please let me know. And then lastly, actually one last state item, Governor Hobbs today announced her appointees to the Rio Nuevo Board of Directors. Those people who she has appointed are Fletcher McCusker, obviously a current member, Shariah Jimenez, Richard Osaran, Corky Poster, and Tanya Viacana. So they are able to serve at the pleasure of the governor. There's no term necessarily. And of course, we look forward to working with them on continuing moving forward on downtown and central city redevelopment. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Andrew. That's wonderful news that the announcement was made today. Really happy with the appointees to Rio Nuevo. Rio Nuevo is an important partner for the city of Tucson. Glad to see the diversity in the appointments. I do see Councilmember Fimbres' hand up. Councilmember, any questions or comments?
Thank you to Andrew Greenhill for all his work. His expertise in us will be missed. You've been a champion for us, Madam Mayor, 24 years. Appreciate his information and us from Washington, D.C., and also from the state legislature. Andrew, you will be missed. Good luck in Seattle.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Vice Mayor.
Quick question on the Rio Nuevo appointees. Are they additive or are they replacing people who are no longer there?
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, they replace the current 5 appointees of the governor.
Sheaf and Janney and...
Yes. Well, I forget who, again, there's 5 appointees by the governor, I believe 2 from the Speaker of the House and 2 from the Senate President. So these will be the governor's 5. Yeah.
I believe that Governor Ducey had left a couple empty seats and I believe that Mr. Fletcher McCusker resigned from he was appointed by the Senate President, I believe, resigned from that and then was appointed by the governor on this side. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. We're moving on to the next item. Thank you again for your 24 years of service to the city of Tucson. Really appreciate you, Andrew. Thank you. Item 8, does anyone have items to remove from the consent agenda? Hearing none, we move on to item 9. Does anyone have items for future agendas? Hearing none, study session is adjourned. The regular session, let me see. The regular session will begin at 5:40. The next study session will be Tuesday, November 14th, 2023. Thank you all. We'll see you in a bit. For the record, Councilmember Fimbres will be participating electronically. Let's go to roll call.
Councilmember Santa Cruz,
Here.
and for the record, she is also appearing electronically. Mr. Cunningham? Here. Mr. Dahl?
Here.
Mrs. Lee? Here. Mr. Fimbres?
President, I'm here.
Mr. Kozaczek? Here. Mayor Romero?
Here. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Pastor Otis Brown, Jr. of Siloam Christian Church. After the invocation, I ask you that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mercies and grace that are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness. We are assembling with this governing council to conduct the business and affairs of this great city. Grant our leaders wisdom and knowledge and a sense of camaraderie as they face the complex challenges in Tucson, Arizona. We need one another more than ever before. We ask for peace and love and harmony to permeate our hearts and mind and spread across the world. We ask all of these in the powerful name of our Creator. Amen and amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Brown, thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. Thank you. Item 2C,
Presentations.
I have a proclamation to read. For the record, I am proclaiming October 17th, 2023 to be Fresh Start International Day. Here to accept the proclamation is Dr. Damon Holt.
Thank you, ma'am. Good to see you too.
All righty, over here, if you'd like, some over here. We also have our county attorney, Laura Conover. Thank you so much for being here. So it's a pleasure for me, on behalf of the Office of the Mayor and the City of Tucson, to have a proclamation. And I'll start with whereases. Whereas Fresh Start International is a distinguished, locally and nationally recognized organization committed to improving the lives of individuals and communities through its unwavering dedication to sustainable development, reentry education, and restorative justice efforts. And whereas Fresh Start International has consistently demonstrated its commitment to fostering positive change, promoting social justice, and advancing the well-being of people from all walks of life. And whereas Fresh Start International's tireless efforts have resulted in meaningful and tangible impacts, including but not limited to access to felony-friendly employment, resolving pending warrants, restoration of rights, and resolving legal issues for countless formerly incarcerated individuals citywide. And whereas Fresh Start International has become instrumental in forging partnerships, fostering collaboration, and raising awareness of pressing city issues, transcending boundaries to create a more interconnected and compassionate community. And whereas Fresh Start International dedication to public safety, sustainability, poverty alleviation, and promoting the collaboration of city, county, and state agencies and different levels of government that align seamlessly with the values and goals of our city. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim October 17th, 2023 as Fresh Start International Day in this community, and encourage all of our residents to join in celebrating Fresh Start International's remarkable work and to engage in acts of kindness, community service, and support for initiatives that advance the ideals of Fresh Start International. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 17th day of October 2023. Congratulations. We really appreciate your work, and I want to offer you some space to say a few words if you'd like, or any of you would like to.
All right. We're very thankful, and to God we praise. To God be the glory for the work that we have done. Truly, we would not have been able to do this with countless hard work and partnerships with our city and our county. First, Madam Mayor, you took a chance on me 3 years ago with this concept and vision to help formerly incarcerated people to build more public safety in our city. And we truly believe we just can't arrest and incarcerate our way to a long-term solution. We have to do better to help our brothers and sisters when they come out to prison, to have more resources and services to be able to have a fresh start. We are so excited. We want to also say thank you to our Councilman Fimbres, because he made sure that we had got some funding this year to be able to carry out our mission. We are most definitely thankful for County Attorney Laura Conover, who have been a rich, powerful, and prolific partner with Fresh Start, and we're so thankful. And to all of the councilmen, he's not here, City Manager Ortega as well. Is he here? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. He looked at me crazy when I came with this vision, and he said, let's try it. And so it's working. Thank you so kindly for taking the chance on this. And to the Fresh Start team, a few of us that is here, thank you. I know I'm the face, but boy, they are the hard work behind this work. And October 21st, this Saturday, we're going to put a lot of smiles on people's faces because of all of our village coming together to bring healing to our community. And so thank you so kindly. Yeah.
First over there and then to your crew. Okay, your crew first and then. Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for everything. All right.
Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 325 dated October 17th is received into and made part of the record. Are there any appointments to be made at this time? No? Any personal appointments to be made? Alrighty, hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 321 dated October 17th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Alrighty, I'm going to go to my colleagues that are here with us virtually. So, Councilmember Fimbres?
Hey, Madam Mayor, more than 2,000 kids and their families turned out for the Quincy Douglas Neighborhood Center's Trunk or Treat of Friday, October 13th. The event provided a fun and safe Halloween party for the kids at heart from the surrounding neighborhoods. Mayor Kuchar from my office worked with the Quincy Douglas neighborhood staff and volunteers on this successful event. Truly a fairy godmother that day, Madam Mayor. Please come and help us, our community, reach our goal. Ward 5 and the United Hearts of Arizona are hosting a sock drive. We're asking for you to donate new or unused socks benefiting kindergarten to 5th grade students. Ward 5 office collected located at 4300 South Park Avenue to drop off the site. For any questions, please call 791-4231, 791-4231. Thank you for your support of a good cause. Your donations are greatly appreciated. Also on Sunday, November 5th, Tucsonans who have served or are serving our country in the military will be recognized at the 2023 Veteran Tribute Luncheon at the KC Club, 201 South Tucson Boulevard. Community event thanks those people who have served their country well, made the sacrifice they needed. For more, you can call 791-4231. That's for Mark Kerr or Lupita Robles. And I want to congratulate Jan Lesher, Pima County's administrator, for inducting Tucson High's Hall of Fame. That's Saturday morning. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all I got.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Councilmember Santa Cruz?
Hi, yes, thank you, Mayor. So on Saturday, October 21st, there will be a Santa Cruz River cleanup from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. hosted by the Santa Cruz Valley National Heritage Area, Tucson Clean and Beautiful, Pima County Flood Control, and numerous other community partners. We will be meeting at the Garden of Gethsemane at 602 West Congress, and I hope to see folks there. On Friday, October 27th, we have our monthly Fuga Bicicleteada at the El Pueblo Center, 101 West Irvington Road. We meet at 6 p.m. and ride out by 6:30 p.m. Feel free to dress up for a spooky Halloween themed ride. Should be a lot of fun. And then finally, on Monday, October 30th, Ward 1 and the University of Arizona's Women and Gender Resource Center will be partnering for our annual Boo Bash. We will be having a trunk or treat and screening Caroline at the office located at 940 West Alameda Street. Come by and celebrate with your family and at this Halloween event. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham?
All right, Your Honor, I have a few tonight, and I'm going to try to be as quick as I can. First of all, I want to thank everybody who showed up Saturday to the new Van Buren Pocket Park. It's a new park that we've been working on in Ward 2 in the Julia Strange neighborhood, and we're really proud to add it. It's, I think, the 6th or 7th park project we've had in Ward 2 that's come to fruition. 2, I want to invite everybody out Thursday at 5 p.m. to 7575 East Speedway to Desert Christian High School. Desert Christian High School is going to break ground on their track stadium. The reason that's significant is they're breaking ground on a track stadium on what used to be the city of Tucson land. We actually traded in the land, and we moved my office to 7820 East Broadway, which was a very much underutilized corporate center. So we gained some square footage, and we've made our move, and now we're going to have this track stadium and green space for the community in that area. It's a great public and private partnership. I want to thank Richard Lupke, the chairman of Desert Christian High School, for making all that happen. It's really exciting. I also want to advertise December 3rd from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. is the second Disability Pride Day. We had this event last year at the Udall Park Center. It is in conjunction with the International Day of Disabilities. This honors people who've lost limbs, who suffer debilitating conditions, kids with Down syndrome, kids with cerebral palsy. I mean, it celebrates them, and it is a resource fair, and it is just an outstanding event. And the event has grown. We're at the TCC this year and the Tucson Convention Center. I want to thank Jim Click, TEP, Southwest Gas, Downtown Tucson Partnership, Arizona Roadrunners, the City of Tucson, the Foundation for the Blind Golf Association, and Southern Arizona Adaptive Sports, who have all taken and put in this program together. Another thing about Southern Arizona Adaptive Sports, they sponsor a wheelchair basketball program for all students in middle school around the county, and it's just it's an amazing opportunity for kids to gain some perspective who never had to be in a wheelchair. So congratulations to them. Those are my announcements. I went through them pretty quick, but I have one other announcement, because last meeting I had to leave early, and that is because I'm the PE teacher and assistant basketball coach at Gridley Middle School, and we were in the championship 2 weeks ago. And we won. That's our second one in 3 years. I want to send out some support to Coach Andre Bearden. He's a young man, very thoughtful, and a coach you're going to hear about for many years. We were down by 14 points in the fourth quarter and came back and won in overtime. So it was really exciting. And I want to say I don't want to commit FERPA violations, so I can't name the kids. But I know they're watching tonight. So, boys, I'll see you in the morning. I'm so proud of you, and outstanding job. Thank you.
Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, I'm so proud to announce that Cyclovia is coming back to my ward on October 29th. This is when the streets are closed to cars. They're car-free and carefree, so that people can ride, walk, or use other wheeled vehicles to enjoy that space. It's organized by Living Streets Alliance and has support of many different partners. It's really fabulous. The first time I did it, I didn't have a bicycle and I just walked it. Now I have a bicycle, so I'm going to bicycle it. I will also be at one of the 6 hubs where you can find entertainment. I'm not the entertainment, food, resources, and activities for children and families. It's just a great event. Please come try it out October 29th. Since it's close to Halloween, there will be some really fancy costumes on those bicycles, and you'll see some interesting wheeled vehicles that you've probably never seen before. My second announcement, I have a prop. October is a great time to plant a tree. And in Ward 3, every Saturday morning, we're planting trees in neighborhoods that don't have very many trees. If you're interested in helping to plant trees, check out Trees for Tucson. Not only those dates, but other dates you can come help plant trees. We got to plant a lot of trees to adapt to the heat that we've been experiencing, providing shade, wildlife habitat, carbon sequestration, so much good stuff with a tree. And by the way, I didn't buy this at a nursery. I didn't borrow it. I planted it from a seed. And I'm doing that because I figured it must not be that hard. I went on Googled how to do it. You sand a seed, you put it in water, you plant it in soil,
and you get beautiful things. This is a blue Palo Verde tree. Now, think back to April. We had a really good bloom of Palo Verde blooms. It was all yellow, like the shirts in your audience, and it provides so much beauty and joy to people to plant trees, so plant more trees. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, council member. That's gorgeous. Councilwoman Lee.
It's always so hard to follow Kevin with the props. I should have brought a pumpkin. So I just want to share with you all. Yes, thank you. This Saturday, Parks and Recreation will be holding their annual Boo Bash at Lincoln Park. This is a citywide event. It just happens to be occurring in Ward 4. That's going to be at 8116 East Escalante from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. During this event, we decided to try to have a little fun, friendly competition. So we are having our first ever pumpkin carving competition. So if you would like to participate, and hopefully we have more than just the 2 people I've pressured into participating, that you all will come out. We want to thank the zoo for providing our prize this year of a family membership to the zoo. So we want to thank Nancy at the Zoological Society for the prize donation. So again, that's this Saturday from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. And last but not least, he tried to bribe me with M&Ms, not to say this, but I want to wish Steve K a happy birthday this week. And you can have the M&Ms back. Thank you.
Well, I do. Do you have something? Okay. I skipped the vice mayor because he usually just passes. Well, I want to one up my fellow council member Cunningham because Mansfield Middle School also was a citywide winner, and my daughter was part of that championship game. So my daughter Luciana won the championship, the city TUSD championship for volleyball, girls volleyball. They did excellent, and I want to congratulate Coach Frank Campillo from Mansfield Middle School for taking our girls to championship this year and winning citywide. So there you go, council member. And I think my daughter would be horrified if she knew that I was mentioning this win. But I am also very excited to share that Somos Uno, a cultural heritage strategy for Tucson, was kicked off this weekend with Tucson Meet Yourself. And together we are creating a strategy to preserve and uplift our city's unique heritage, history, arts, and culture. This is something that I have been leading on since I became mayor. We've been discussing for a long time here with our council colleagues and with the city manager, and it's finally kicked off. We are working in partnership with the Arts Foundation of Tucson and Southern Arizona and Lord Cultural Resources to make this a reality. We know that art, history, and culture creates pride in where we live. It creates civic engagement. It brings joy to people, but it also is a good economic development engine. We want to hear from Tucsonans as we put together this strategy, and I hope everyone can take the survey. You can find it at somosuno.tucsonaz.gov. Also, October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and I firmly believe that together we can create a community that is safe for everyone. Please join Emerge Center Against Domestic Violence and Suntran by donating to the Stuff the Bus event to help survivors who are starting a new chapter in their lives free of abuse. Stuff the Bus will take place on Saturday, October 21st from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Loft Cinema. They will also be hosting a family resource fair that will start at 12 noon and end at 3 p.m. to provide the community with access to resources. You can also donate online by visiting emergecenter.org. And one last announcement, the City of Tucson's Team Up to Clean Up program is coordinating the city employees and residents to clean our community this fall during autumn corridor cleanup events. Some of the corridors scheduled to be cleaned up are 12th Avenue, Pantano Road, Speedway Boulevard, 22nd Street, Oracle Road, among many others. Please join our cleanup starting Tuesday, August 17th. They started today. So that is my announcements, and we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 322 dated October 17th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled for the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. You mentioned the autumn corridor cleanup. Thank you for your support on that as mayor and council. I know many of you have helped out with that in terms of advertising. Thank you. That's the first of what we're hoping are many. And so this is the pilot, but I'm expecting some great things. We've mobilized a lot of staff, so thank you for your help on that. Also wanted to let you know that tomorrow we're going to start our annual Sweetwater wetlands burn for mosquito control. So you'll see a lot of smoke over by the Sweetwater area. That is an annual event. It takes care of the mosquitoes and the issues that go along with that. So just be aware, we have sent out media inquiry or information, so that there's plenty of information out there, but I do expect that people will be calling that in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor License Applications, Report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication number 323 dated October 17th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 7 requests for new licenses, 2 person or location transfers, and 15 special event applications. All are in compliance with city requirements. However, we received written arguments opposed to Honest Liquor at 2226 North Country Club and the Circle K at 3155 East Speedway. Both are in Ward 6 and will be considered separately. So an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B 1 through 7 and 5C 1 through 15 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a
Second.
motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Items considered separately?
First one is item 5B8, Honest Liquor at 2226 North Country Club.
So we had we got an email letter from the adjacent property owner, which is Friends of the Library, Friends of Pima County Library. They raised concerns related to ingress and egress, the location of an easement, and I've been in contact with them indicating a couple of things. Number one, that the questions about the easement are a civil matter between the two parties, adjacent parties. And secondly, the State Liquor Board gives us some pretty specific criteria that we can look at for determining whether or not an application is appropriate. This is a transfer of an application from one family member to another. There are no issues with respect to the personal characteristics of the family member receiving it, and there are no particular problems with the location in terms of saturation or that kind of thing. So under the state statutes, we have no basis for sustaining a recommendation of denial. And so with that, I recommend approval,
Second.
recommendation of approval to the State Liquor Board.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Any others?
Item 5B9, Circle K at 3155 East Speedway.
Vice Mayor?
We received an email earlier today from the president of the Palo Verde Neighborhood Association indicating that some of the nearby residents were not notified of the liquor license application or this hearing. We checked the addresses, and in fact, the city clerk has confirmed that the letters did go out to the addresses that were saying that they didn't get them. So we don't have a basis on that basis to make an objection. Is Troy Beatty from Circle K here tonight? Okay, well, I'll speak on his behalf then. We had this in front of us a couple of months ago,
And at the time, based on concerns raised by the neighbors, I asked Troy to go back and work with the neighborhood, try to come to some common ground. Since then, the Circle K Corporation has made donations to two nonprofits, Kodak and Hope, which are both within the Palo Verde neighborhood. And the purpose of the donations was to help those two nonprofits deal with some of the behavioral and substance abuse issues that some of the people that the neighbors were concerned about had raised. So that was a good thing. In addition to that, the Circle K management has begun attending Palo Verde Neighborhood Association monthly meetings and will continue to do so and work with the neighbors to address concerns that they've got about things happening on and around their property. So they have really stepped up and indicated that when they were here a couple of months ago that they wanted to be good neighbors. They've done that. And with that, showing a good faith, I would recommend approval of this liquor license application.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. And that, we're done with item 5. Alrighty, we move on to item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. Remember to clearly give us your name, whether you are a resident of the city of Tucson or if you are a retained speaker. We have a lot of people requesting to do call to the audience. So if you do hear someone say what you've intended to say, please keep your commentary as short as possible so that we can try and get through all the people that are here. Our first speaker will be Gabriel Nadales, I think. Gabriel Nadales. Oh, please use the higher.
Members of the council, my name is Gabriel Nadales, and I'm the National Director of Our America, and I'm a former resident of Tucson. My wife and I moved to Tucson in 2021 from Virginia and bought our first home in Menlo Park. I can't begin to express how excited my wife and I were to become homeowners. When I signed those documents, I remember hearing my mom's voice, chiquito pero pequeño. Even if it's small, it is yours. And as a logical next step to owning a home, my wife and I began to have the baby talk. We began looking at hospitals as well as local parent groups could join once we welcome a child into this world. He or she was going to be born and raised right here in Tucson. We believed that this city would help us show them what the American dream is. But it didn't take long for my wife and I to begin to see the problems of crime. For example, once we were inside a Walgreens on St. Mary's, when a man walked in with tote bags and emptied out the shelves and filled his bags with cosmetics, while employees watched and pleaded for him to stop. And while he was inside the store for around 5 to 10 minutes, the police did not respond in time to stop him. In fact, he walked out of the store without a hurry in the world, knowing that he was going to get away with it. And worst of all, we would see him continuously steal from the Dollar Tree in front, the Safeway, I mean, you name it. Those were his stores that he could walk in, take whatever he wanted, and walk away without facing any consequences. When we bought a home near the train tracks, we thought that the train was going to keep us up at night. But what really kept us up at night was the police lights invading our bedroom night after night. My wife and I didn't last a year here. We sold our home the very first chance we got, and we left Tucson. Tucson has great potential, from the university science centers to the nightlife to the relatively low cost of living to the great kindness that many of your residents have. But crime is stealing the American dream from the residents of Tucson. It certainly stole mine. This is why I'm thankful to come back here with my hometown heroes behind me, people who are here fighting to make Tucson a better place. We urge you to make police funding a spending priority. We need to get more police officers patrolling the streets so people who move to Tucson don't regret coming. But more importantly, so that residents feel safe enough to strive for the American dream. We need safer streets and brighter futures. Thank you.
Renee Antosh. Renee Antosh.
Hello, Mayor Romero and City Council. My name is Renee Antosh. I'm a resident and a native of Tucson. My grandfather built his house here in 1944. The reason that I'm here today is that I care deeply about this city, but as the years have gone by, I've noticed the decline in our police response, especially when it comes to all aspects of policing. In July, my husband and I received a call from one of our family members, and they asked us to come, for my husband to go and check on his brother. My husband went over, found that the house was locked, that his car was there, and he called 911 to do a welfare check. This was at 8 o'clock at night. By 11 o'clock the next morning, there had been no response from the police, and he broke into the house. He found his brother dead in the chair. Wellness checks are not just routine procedures. They are lifelines that can make a difference between life and death. Just as important as police responding to an active crime scene, wellness checks are essential. Consider for a moment the vulnerability of individuals who may be in desperate need of help, unable to reach out themselves. It could be an elderly neighbor, a friend struggling with mental health issues, or someone facing a medical emergency. When we call for a wellness check, we entrust our loved ones' lives to the swift response of law enforcement. I want to share with you. Do you see this? All the blue that you see is most dangerous areas of Tucson. I'm calling upon Tucson City Council to prioritize residents like my brother-in-law, to prioritize safety, to prioritize every one of your constituents. We need to increase the police budget and ensure more officers. In 2007, we had 1,452 police officers. We now are at 830. It has been steadily decreasing. It is your number one job to provide police and protect the citizens of Tucson. Please fund the police now.
Thank you, ma'am. Fernando Gonzalez. Fernando Gonzalez.
Hi, Honorable Mayor Regina Romero and Honorable Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak today. We're here to really urge the mayor and council to please fully fund the police department. You know, as a businessman for the past 20 years, former business person, I saw the lack of response when there was burglaries. I got people stole machinery off my yard. Basically, I had to do my own police report and tell them what was stolen. also the administrative part of it, not just the first responders. A friend of mine just had a car accident, and she had to wait 3.5 months for a police report. It used to take about a week. So we're basically here just pleading with you to help us so that the police are fully funded and that they're able to protect our community. And we want to thank you for all your hard work and effort. And I know it's tough, the personnel right now hiring people, but if they had a full budget, that they would be able to recruit and get more police officers. And I, for one, thank the police department for what they're doing with the resources that they have. And so, and thank you also for this time. God bless you guys.
JP Salvatierra. JP Salvatierra. Excuse me, man, I called JP Salvatierra. Sorry about that. Go ahead, JP.
Madam Mayor, Councilman, I'm a native Tucsonan. I'm not a retained speaker. I've come to you today essentially first to outline some things that I've found out from being a member of the Zoom group with the 5 different subject matter pertaining to Plan Tucson. Seems like the Zoom meetings are not conducive to public acclamation. They narrow the amount of input by the public, and at this point now, they're really more, consultant-driven. And, they're wonderful people in this consultant group, and everyone really wants to give their input, but it's just not being done in a more practical way, which if we had all Zoom meetings, it would destroy us. The basic hybrid meeting that our Democratic Party has participated in for many years is very, very worthwhile. It doesn't deny anyone the right to input. And this is something important that we all need to feel that we're all in the same driven direction to improve our quality of life. I have 2 different proposal projects that I've been going over with Ward 5, Richard Fimbres, and the city manager on, and it'll essentially expand a lot of things that have come out of the Tucson Residents for Responsible Government and the Plan Tucson groups and how they put their subject matter up. But essentially, it's something that allows us to have safer streets, identifying the undergrounding of our utilities and communications with energy, and doing that in direct cooperation with the Living Streets Alliance goals. The safer 2-way scenic corridor zone type, easement protected, away from traffic. We don't have to worry about many other things that are harming and worrying for citizens that get hit in traffic. The other really important thing is that City of Tucson and Pima County create a consolidation for these essential utilities and public services. And I mean our public transportation, along with the school bus transportation, many of the things that we have, and also keeping our Save the Scenic Santa Ritas and our watershed viable, and consolidating help for them through Pima County and the City of Tucson.
Thank you, Mr. Salvatierra. Armelinda Valenzuela.
Hello, Mayor Regina Romero. First of all, I want to say that I know your aunt. Ana Montaño in San Luis, Mexico. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. I'm here because I'm going to begin getting involved more with my community. I'm already doing some things, but I'm here to say that on June 9th of this year, a red light runner ran a red light and killed my sister instantly. She could have lived if the police was there for right away. This is a picture of her. She was a beautiful person. She was like a mother to me because I lost my mother at a very young age. We loved her a lot. She was 68 years old. And I'm wanting to bring awareness that we must, Mayor, we must make changes. We must come up with more things other than a blue light. Please, I know that the cameras were illegal, but there has to be something. There's always a solution to something. I'm going to start bringing awareness. If you see me at every corner in Tucson, the way that I connect with the public is by music. I'm going to do a snippet of a song for my sister in honor of her, that there be changes, please. I beg you, please, Ms. Romero. This song, I was gonna sing a Spanish one, but this song is called Wind Beneath My Wings by Bette Midler. And in honor of my sister, I know she's in a better place, but her life was cut too short, too soon. Here. Sorry. Oh, oh, it must have been cool there in my shadow to never have sunlight on your face. You were content to let me shine. That's your way. You always walked a step behind. Right now. So I was wondering of the glory. I wished I could have sung the whole song, but that's okay.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Ms. Valenzuela. We really appreciate you coming
Please
here.
help us.
Janet Newstetter, I believe it is, Janet Newstetter. I'm sorry if I chopped up your name if you want to.
Okay, no problem. Janet Newstetter, I live in Tucson. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. I came here tonight to support the funding of the police department, and I have a little story to share that happened this week which prompted me to want to speak tonight. I witnessed a hit and run on Swan Road by Fort Lowell where the driver of the car plowed into the back of another car to the point that the car that he hit went into the oncoming traffic. I was on a lane here, so I saw this whole thing happen, but then the car that hit this guy went to go take a right into the Camp Lowell Medical Plaza, and where I followed him. So I'm a woman by myself, and I don't know if this guy's on fentanyl. I don't know if he's got a gun. I don't know what's going to happen, but I followed him, and I was calling 911 from my car where I got put on hold, which was really awesome. So I'm here to say that we have to worry about the people in Tucson. There's in homeless encampments all over the neighborhoods and in every wash that you see. We took a left on Stone from Fort Lowell coming here tonight, and I see a man urinating right on the street. So, I mean, we got to do something with our police department. We need to fund them. This is a crisis and an emergency. Please fund our police department. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Stephen Rankus. Stephen Rankus.
Greetings, Mayor Romero and is this the right one? Members of the City Council. I'm going to address to you, after nearly 4 years of absence of speaking to you, a few points to address. Lawlessness is ever more present in our culture. Without consequences of actions, how will anyone discern what is right or wrong? For those who embrace their faith in their life on a daily basis, in Ephesians 4:29 it says, "Let no corrupt communication proceed out of your mouth, but that which is good, use it to edify, and it may minister to those above." Theft, stealing, and criminal acts are on the rise in Tucson, putting its citizens of Tucson at risk. While there are roughly 830 member uniformed officers serve to protect and serve its citizens, how can it be when laws are not enforced or acted upon, allowing stealing and theft to go unabated? Several years ago, I had a little dialogue with two young college kids, men, one gentleman from Saudi Arabia, one gentleman from Egypt, at a McDonald's nearby the university. And I asked them a very general question. In your country, how do you deal with people that steal? The young man from Egypt said, well, in my country, we arrest them and then we put them in prison if they are guilty. The young man from Saudi Arabia says, with a loud, booming voice, in my country, we cut their hand off. And then he said, is that what you would like to hear? I said, so sometimes it can be effective, but also barbaric in some others may view. How will Tucson address these matters for the well-being of its residents from this point on? Okay, Proverbs 18:21 says, "Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and those who love to talk will reap its consequences." Again, consequences from actions have results. While the city embarks on nearly 3 years of fare-free ridership, it comes at a cost. While there are laws regarding no open alcohol containers or smoking on board city transit, I've seen an increasing occurrence of both while riding on public transit, with no consequential evidence to those of breaking the law. I sense that given this for more free.
Mr. Rankus, please come to a conclusion.
All right. I just sense that, without any actions, that the behaviors will continue to increase. Thank you, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Joey Rodolfo. Joey Rodolfo.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Joey Rodolfo. I lived for 40 years in Seattle, Washington, and I was a victim of Black Lives Matter, and I was a victim of a lot of the terrorist actions that happened in 2020. Mayor Durkin, I actually had a conversation with Mayor Durkin during this time before the riots, when we had a revolving justice system that I had a store downtown that was ransacked several times, until it came to the fact that Mayor Durkin gave the stand-down order on the police. Black Lives Matter and Antifa attacked us. Many businesses were lost. And today, I thought a year afterwards that I'd move my company to Tucson, but honestly, I've decided to keep my company in Seattle because of what's going on here in Tucson. It's awful what's going on here in Tucson. This is the blueprint, Mayor, of what exactly happened in Seattle. I see the blueprint clearly. I lived it for 40 years. I grew up in Nogales, Arizona. and build a career globally. I took a company public. There's no way I'm going to bring my company under this direction. There's no way a company like mine could survive here with this administration. So I'm here to tell you that I attended your fireside chat last night, and I want to know who paid for Alicia to present last night. Did the taxpayers pay for that? Who paid for her to come here? Do you know that we're suffering right now with what happened in Israel and this anti-Semitic posturing that took place last night? And I saw you nodding your head up and down. It was really despicable to know that we have a large Jewish community here in Tucson and that you would invite her at this untimely time to speak to the youth here of Tucson about how, Black Lives Matter really presents themselves. I lived it. They destroyed my business, and here they are in Tucson now. So I'm telling you right now that this was despicable display last night of what you presented to this community and the Jewish community of Tucson. Thank you.
Wow. Peter Norquist. Peter Norquist.
Mayor and Council, good evening. My name is Peter Norquist. I'm a resident of Ward 3. And I've been thinking about a conversation I had recently about labels. And what I want to start off talking about is how labels like left and right, liberal and conservative, are becoming increasingly meaningless as a legitimate division and are used only to polarize and distract us. The real divide is between technocrats who despise traditional political structures and those who desire freedom from a closed system governed by technology. An excellent example of this is the 15-minute city and the smart city, two separate concepts which are meant to converge. Some examples today of what I'm concerned about include from the study session, item 4, corridor redevelopment tools, which includes rezoning for high density and mixed use development, the RTA next plan development, which includes efforts to develop a coordinated regional multimodal transportation system, and then from the agenda later tonight, an IGA that will allow the city to take possession of $1.5 million in state funding to support a real-time crime and information center. That one could go either way for me, but the details are vague. I'd really like to learn more about that. And then finally, item 12, Tucson Water, One Water 2100 plan. One of the first and premier items of which includes installing smart meters that monitor water use in real time and inform water use habits. So what does any of this have to do with technocracy and 15-minute smart cities? SMART is an acronym for Surveillance, Monitoring, Analysis, and Reporting Technology. Technocracy News editor Patrick Wood, with 50 years of experience studying technocracy, and I encourage everyone to go to technocracy.news, asserts that the 15-minute city is cover for a data collection bonanza for technocrats who design and operate them. Cities designed for maximum efficiency always reveal technocrat thinking that efficiency itself is the goal and that people are mere commodities. Maximum surveillance allows for maximum control to achieve even more efficiency. At its very root, this mechanistic thinking is anti-human. The 15-minute city narrative seeks to fool us in the guise of saving the planet, keeping us safe, and delivering convenience. But it's actually the gateway to several things, including digital IDs and CBDCs, that will allow bankers and or governments to freeze bank accounts because we happen to peacefully or lawfully protest or express disagreement with government policy. 15-minute cities are wolves in sheep's clothing. Don't believe the stories spewing forth from the corporate mainstream media about them, all claiming to have our best interests at heart. In reality, 24/7 surveillance will occur throughout the Internet of Things and other items. Conclusion, the real agenda of the technocrats and everything I'm describing is to monitor and control everyone and everything. Please don't be fooled. I think that all of you are well-intentioned.
Conclusion, Mr. Norquist.
It's a matter of
You've taken more
education.
than 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Item 7. Item 7.
Consent agenda, items A through L.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is mayor and council amending the 2023 mayor and council meeting schedule. Item C is boards, committees, and commissions amending Tucson Code, Section 10A 51D regarding terms of office for members of the Tucson Transit Advisory Committee, TTAC. Item D is finance loan agreement with the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority for the Lead and Copper Rural Revision Project. Item E is an intergovernmental agreement with the Arizona State Land Department for the Atterbury Trails Planned Community Development. Item F is final plat TD DIV 1122-015 La Escalera, lot, Phase 1, lots 1 through 219. Item G is a final plat, TD DIV 0523064 Glenwood Condominiums. Item H is Tucson Police acceptance of the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant. Item I is an intergovernmental agreement with the Arizona Department of Public Safety to allocate funds to the city of Tucson. Item J is the Tucson Police acceptance of the Bureau of Justice Assistance, BGA, from the BGA fiscal year 23, the Smart Policing Initiative Grant. Item K is an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, for 2020 Edward Byrne Justice Assistance Grant, JAG program award. Item L is an intergovernmental agreement with the Office of Justice Programs, OGP, for the 2022 Community-Based Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative.
Alrighty, may I have a motion to move the items on the consent agenda, please?
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
There's a
Second.
motion and a second. Any further discussion on these items? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mix Santa Cruz? Mix Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Fimers?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
Public hearing amending Tucson Code, Chapter 27 relating to water rate adjustments for commercial and industrial customers, ordinance number 12052, option 1A and 1B.
City Manager's Communication Number 341 dated October 17th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing regarding water rate adjustments for commercial and industrial customers. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Ms. Clerk, do we have any requests to speak for this item? Alrighty, we do have one, and it's Mr. Rory Juneman.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm Rory Juneman, 60 East Calle Prima Rosa. I'm also the chair of CWAC, so we've had some discussions about this, and I just wanted to kind of pass along our thoughts, and we actually had a meeting where we voted on this. We're supportive of option 1A, but we are concerned about option 1B. And the main focus of our discussion and the concern was that there really are too many uncertainties with the rate class for commercial industrial, the various users. I think when you look at a residential customer base, the non-discretionary uses within that residential customer base are pretty common throughout the whole user class. Whether you live in a condo or you live on a big piece of property, or you are rich or poor, your non-discretionary uses are pretty similar. You've got showers, toilets, clothes washers, and then the discretionary uses, like mostly landscaping, but pools, are where really the focus of that tiered rate structure is intended to help kind of keep water use down, or if you don't, then you pay for it. Within the commercial industrial classes, you don't have commonality between all of those users. You've got hospitals and restaurants and schools and industrial users, and each of those uses may have a different sort of non-discretionary use. So I think our concern as a committee was that we might be, or that with this rate increase, you might be choosing winners and losers, and we were really comfortable with what those were. The option 1A, though, makes a lot of sense because it helps sort of narrow down the tiered rate that's in the commercial and industrial by limiting the winter use. And the way it's structured now is you have a winter use that sets your base rate. If you use more in the summer, then you pay more, and it really is intended to get at those non-discretionary uses like landscaping. One thing we did, though, agree on as a committee is the need for more conservation measures in this rate class in commercial industrial. We encourage staff to continue to explore those because we know that it's important. We all feel that it's important. But for this particular item, I think we were pretty clear that 1A we were comfortable with, but 1B we were not so comfortable with. So happy to answer any questions, and thank you.
Mr. Juneman, when you say we, is that CWAC or yourself?
CWAC, yeah, I'm speaking on behalf of CWAC. We submitted a letter that essentially summarizes this, so.
Thank you, Mr. Juneman. Righty, any others? Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this particular issue? Mr. Salvatierra, it has to be on this issue.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Jonathan Salvatierra. On the split water rates, I think some things we're overlooking primarily here most recently is the fact that when I went through my summer, which was one of the worst summers that I've had, I had to decide which plants were going to survive and which ones were not. I had to decide whether the birds that also pant like dogs, you know, sitting up just burning in this weather, had a right to survive. And, you know, it wasn't discretionary, it was humanitarian. And I don't have any grass in my yard. There aren't those kind of issues. But we also have a larger question here that, you know, may not be, you know, on the table, and that's what are we doing about our arcane mining laws and how they influence our watersheds and how well we can sustain future drought, and whether this riparian habitat up in the Santa Ritas survives. But more to the point, if the city of Tucson did service for residents and owners by you know, identifying usually it's a toilet bowl flapper or something that's rigid because we have hard water, and the hard water just makes that structure so inflexible that then it leaks. And whether it's the faucets and stuff that has to be replaced every 3 years, the landlord's not going to do that arbitrarily. So if we could just identify the real problem, which is hard water, and treat that in a way that makes it more conducive to saving our plumbing and saving these water shortage and problems with the homes that may not be addressed by a landlord. That's something very simple that can be done, and it's practicable, and it's very useful. Really, that's pretty much, you know, all I have. It's just that, you know, our water rates in the summer are now driven by, you know, the need to survive and keep our plants alive. And it's not, you know, just haphazard, but that's something that we should really think about in restructuring this tier rating and understanding that people need to have shade, whether it be shade from trees or whether it be an ordinance that allows for more shade cover from awnings. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salvatierra. All righty. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on closing the public hearing? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor?
Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Sylvia Amparano and Amber Kerwin from Tucson Water for doing a deep dive into the rate structure under the leadership of our director, John Kamick. All their hard work and attention, expertise are very much appreciated. This proposed change in how we calculate summer water use for commercial customers brings it in line for how we deal with residential customers. And I think that's fair. And as we all agree, more water conservation is better. I like 1A because it does this amazing trick of making summer longer, which if we could make summer shorter, we all would, wouldn't we? But nature is making summer longer, and we need to conserve water in all of these hot months. So with that very bad joke, I move ordinance number 12052, option 1A, and further direct staff to continue looking at potential water conservation measures in the commercial customers, including versions of 1B, and bring that back to us in a year.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Councilmember Cunningham.
There's a few things here. I think we're really close, and it's a great job that we're doing. This is one of the things that's going to happen. I think there's going to be some tweaking on this because the same thing that happened in this process that happens in every process that we do, we go forward, we get everything done, and there's some person that is that one contingency we don't think of that kind of comes out and says, well, wait a minute, what about this thing? And there's no way to protect it. So I just want us to be prepared for that tweak as we move this forward. I think we're going to be fine, but I've been doing this long enough now that it is impossible to anticipate every single scenario when we do these. So let's just be ready, because I know we're going to make at least one or two more tweaks down the line, but in essence, it's a good motion, and I support.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I'm going to support the motion, but I would have preferred 1B, and I'll tell you why. Both 1A and 1B send a strong conservation signal. Both are revenue neutral. Adding that fourth block for use above 215% of the winter average, 215%, moves the commercial and industrial users closer in alignment with the residential rate structure that the CWAC was concerned about. The discrepancy, and that discrepancy was one of our motivations for beginning this conversation, was to more closely align the commercial and the residential. Plus, and most importantly, the 1B results in a stronger conservation message. And so if we're really going to be talking about water conservation, why not go to the 1B? I'm not going to be the odd man out on this thing. I'm going to support 1A, but our goals were to send a strong conservation signal. We're talking, again, about people who are 215% above their winter average. Also, 1B has a potential to lower rates for the low and medium users than 1A does, and it scores higher on the equity analysis. So I would have preferred 1B, but I'm going to be a team player and go with 1A if that's the motion.
You know, I'll add to the commentary by the Vice Mayor. This conversation has been happening for more than a year. And I too agree that 1B takes it further. But because we have been in the process as a mayor and council of analyzing our rates, not just residential, but every rate class for water users, I believe that starting with 1A, which is instituting the summer rate and really adjusting it to reality, right? The reality that our summers are longer and hotter, and that there is a drought. We've been living in a 22-year drought, that every single water rate user should be adding to the efforts of water conservation in our community. So I agree, but I think it is absolutely acceptable to move with 1A, which is changing that water structure adjusting to the summer and winter periods, and then continue discussing with the community about moving into 1B, which is a longer-term strategy and will continue, I agree with you, Vice Mayor, will continue to send conservation signals to our commercial customers. So I just think we need to continue monitoring. I will absolutely support the motion and then continue with the motion forward, with the movement forward to continue pushing conservation signals for our water users. Any other comments? Alrighty, so if none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Your Honor, could I?
Yes.
Since this is an ordinance adoption, I'd like to read the title into the record and take roll call.
Thank you.
Ordinance number 12052, option 1A and 1B, relating to water, amending certain portions of the Tucson Code, Chapter 27, Water, Article 2, Rates and Charges, Section 27-31, Definitions, and Section 27-33, Monthly Potable Water Service Charges for Fire Protection Service for fiscal years 2023 through 2027, and setting an effective date.
Alrighty, let's go to roll call.
Mix Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee. Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Yes. Mr. Kozaczek.
I and John, your team did a really, really good job in researching this.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Ordinance 12052 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 9.
Public hearing, C-82302 Unified Development Code UDC and Tucson Code TC text amendments relating to the regulation of smoke shops, ordinance number 12048.
City Manager's Communication number 329 dated October 17th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on proposed Unified Development Codes and Tucson Code text amendments related to the regulations of smoke shops. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than an hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Do you have any requests to speak?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All righty. When you come up, please state your name, if you are a resident of the city of Tucson, and if you are a retained speaker. Our first speaker is Linda Leatherman.
Thank you. I am Linda Leatherman. I'm a resident of Tucson. I am here representing LULAC Council 1002. And I am here because about the smoke shops being regulated like liquor stores. Thank you for this opportunity to address the mayor and council about a very important issue to the south and west sides of Tucson. As a former resident of Ward 5 for many years, and as a former public school teacher, and the current president of LULAC Council 1002, I'm here to request that smoke shops, like liquor stores, be regulated. They are endangering our children, our schools, and neighborhoods. Many of the problems I bring up are known to the police and elected officials. I cite them now to emphasize that they are visible and their dangers are known. There has been a double murder at a smoke shop. Law enforcement has had to deal with the sale of spice, drugs, single cigarettes at smoke shops in Tucson. Allegations have been raised about sale of marijuana as well as Delta 8 in edibles at smoke shops. Tucson has clusters of these stores at intersections and in known vulnerable neighborhoods. One example is at the intersection of Grant and Campbell. On the northeast corner, there are 2 smoke shops in the first 3 buildings on the east side of Campbell. Community organizations are reporting that vape products are found amongst the students at schools in Tucson. The tragedy of smoke shops and the problems they bring to the neighborhoods and schools is compounding the problem that the pandemic inflicted on school-aged children. Other cities have taken action, and Tucson needs to follow suit. I want to thank Ward 5 Councilmember Richard Fimbres and Ward 1 Councilmember Lane Santa Cruz for their work on this, as well as thanks to the Mayor and Council for their support of this important issue. But as a city, we do need to do more. Please help the residents, parents, and children make our neighborhoods safer. Please develop and enforce regulations on smoke shops. Take action on smoke shops and deal with these issues as raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leatherman. Hillary Case. Hillary Case.
Good evening. My name is Hillary Case. I am not a resident of Tucson, and I'm not a retained speaker. I would like to, if possible, invite up other staff who are here with me from LPKNC to stand with me during my speech.
Of course, please do. But your time is going, so if you want to continue your comments.
Thank you, Mayor.
And would you repeat who the staff is from? Who'd you just invite up?
From LPKNC, and I'll go into what LPKNC is in just a second. Thank you to Mayor and Council for an opportunity to speak this evening about the smoke shop issue. My name is Hillary Case, and I'm the chair of LPKNC's coalition. LPKNC is focused on preventing substance use and promoting mental health for young people in Tucson's Southside community. And we've been around since 2011. Young people in our coalition in our youth groups were significantly concerned about smoke shops, both their prevalence and their negative impacts on our community. So several of our youth in our coalition took it upon themselves to research this more thoroughly. They did this with LPKNC staff and also with TPD. Their efforts to learn more about smoke shops and their detrimental impact on their community are both extensive, and they've been ongoing. The youth have been working on this for several months, both through their own efforts and with the support of adult staff. Youth and adult staff and coalition members alike were all concerned by several things about youth smoke shops. There's a large amount of smoke shops in the community, several of which operate 24 hours a day. We were also concerned that smoke shops tend to be clustered together. Where you see one smoke shop, there might be several in the area. Another area of heightened worry for our coalition is the fact that smoke shops are permitted to operate close to schools and other community areas like parks. This causes apprehension both due to activities that occur around smoke shops and the need to restrict minors' exposure to tobacco and drug paraphernalia. As a reminder, smoke shops sell tobacco products, but they also provide their customers with paraphernalia for marijuana and other drug use, like rolling papers, glass pipes, water pipes, grinders, and other products. Youth in the Sunnyside School District have shared with school and LPKNC staff that youth patronize smoke shops because they know that these smoke shops do not look at the youth's ID, and they will sell to minors. In May of 2023, there were 109 smoke shops across Tucson, and 14 of these were located in Ward 5, where LPKNC's coalition boundaries are. Although LPKNC would prefer that additional restrictions be created for smoke shops, like reducing their hours of operation and furthering the requirement of the distance that they're allowed to operate within one another and within schools and also community areas, we do feel that the proposed changes are preferred to the current lack of limitations that have allowed smoke shops to cluster together and to operate close to schools and other community areas like parks. Thank you for your consideration, and we also want to thank our youth and coalition members for their hard work on this and their partnership with TPD and Councilmember Ward 5.
Ms. Case, what does LPKNC stand for? I know you've been in front of us before.
So it used to stand for Liberty Partnerships Keno Neighborhoods Council, but now it just stands for nothing. Now we're just LPKNC.
Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate your partnership.
Thank you.
Mark Miller. Mark Miller.
Good evening, Mayor Romero and City Council. My name is Mark Miller. I'm the president of the Arizona Food Marketing Alliance. It's our 80th anniversary. Our office is in downtown Phoenix, but we cover all of the chains, the grocery and convenience stores throughout all of Arizona. While we
Mr. Miller, are you a retained speaker?
I am a retained speaker, yes.
Okay.
Again, so I recommend the convenience stores and the grocery stores throughout all of Arizona. We certainly have a lot of stores in the city of Tucson. We certainly understand your goals, and we sure appreciate what you're trying to do. We just thought the wording was a little bit too vague, and we had sent a letter to all of you expressing our concern just on the verbiage and the wording on the revenue part. So I'm here primarily to say thank you for your time and allowing us to speak, and here to answer if there's any questions that the City Council might have.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. We might have questions, but right now it's a public hearing, so we have others that are.
I'm here if you want to later.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ann Torres. Ann Torres.
Good evening. Good evening. I wanted to, first of all, thank you all for allowing us to speak this evening. My name is Ann Torres. I'm the Executive Director for the Arizona Dispensaries Association. I also represent the American Trade Association for Cannabis and Hemp in their National Council for Hemp Intoxicants. And I wanted to kind of give an overview of why you may be seeing a proliferation of smoke shops in the marketplace.
And Ms. Torres, I hate to interrupt, but are you a retained speaker?
No. Thank you for asking that. And I'm no longer a resident of Tucson, I'm sad to say, but come back often. So how did we get here? In 2018, the federal government made a change to the Farm Bill, which allowed for hemp to be legal in the United States. As part of that, some very clever scientists figured a way to synthesize hemp into intoxicants. So when the other speakers were talking about products, I wanted to show you some of the things that are available and give you background on that. Delta-8 is the most proliferant of these intoxicants that exist right now, but there are a multitude of others. Delta-8 THC is not different from marijuana, only in the fact that it is synthesized and chemically manufactured. These products are made in labs all over the country and actually outside of the country and imported and transported into our state. Many times these products are more than 2 times potent than what you could buy in a legal dispensary here in Arizona. So for instance, these are gummies. They're 250 milligrams. And they can be sold anywhere, any convenience store, online, smoke shops, absolutely without any sort of regulatory stance for them. In a dispensary, you can only purchase 100 milligrams, and you would have all of the gatekeeps for them. So I wanted to bring up some examples for you. There are also some other products that are out there you need to be aware of. You cannot only define it as Delta-8, there's HHC, there are joints being sold. And again, these are legal products because of what happened at the federal level. So across the country, this is something we're seeing proliferate. Here's another example. So no, I did not bring marijuana into your sacred chambers. These are hemp products. Some of the most egregious things that we see out there are things like this. They look like candy, they're marketed as candy, and they're sold to our children all across the state and the country. In February, and all these letters are in the packets we provided you, in February, the DEA sent out a letter clarifying that these synthesized drugs are controlled substances and part of Schedule I Act. They have also sent out notifications of the dangers of these products to children proliferating across the country. And 2 years ago, the CDC sent out a warning about Delta 8 and the health benefit or the health hazards that are happening across the country. The military, airlines, and health providers have told all of their employees and recruits not to use hemp products because there is THC in them, and they will test dirty for them. I want to kind of circle around back. This is happening across the country. This is not only in Tucson. This is in every city and state across the country. So what can we do about it? I am very happy to support more restrictive legislation around the zoning related to tobacco shops. There is absolutely nothing illegal about a teenager walking in there and buying these products right now. In fact, they can probably order it from their phones and have it shipped to their homes. Our own state has just been attacked by what's gone on at a federal level with this. I invite you to contact your poison control. You have tremendous poison control here. They've testified at the state level that they're getting a call a day from incidents related to these products. Children are ending up in the hospital and ICU. And what really concerns us at this particular meeting is we know how it's affecting teens. Teens are going in, they don't know how dangerous these products are. We will see additional hospitalizations like we did from the e-vape crisis that happened years ago. We will continue to fight the battle at the state level on behalf of the youth and our communities that are being targeted with these drugs. And we implore you to look at sensible regulation of what you can do here locally in the meantime. And I was just in DC. I met with all of our leadership there 2 weeks ago. They're aware, but it is a big issue. And fixing it at the federal level, I would invite you to look at another alternative.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Really appreciate it.
And I am here for questions later as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And our next speaker is Brian. I'm so sorry. Wards. You can tell me when you get to the mic. Okay. On the taller one.
Brian Ward. And good evening, and thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Brian Ward. I am a resident, live in Ward 1. I also have businesses. I represent the Prime Leaf Dispensaries. I'm one of the founders of that. Also Heirloom Farmers Markets. Longtime Tucsonan, been here since the 70s. My grandfather was here recruited to the Citizen back when it was printing presses were cool and engineers were needed. So I've been here a long time and I planted my flag here. And to piggyback on some of what Ann added to this, I just wanted to bring up the maturity of that's happened in the cannabis industry. I've been in the cannabis industry for almost a decade. A lot of the things that we're seeing and that are able to be sold in smoke shops and other places were not available or anybody was aware of them, and that they could be manufactured and sold at the way that they are. And so from a business perspective, it is something that I've worked very hard to legitimize and to normalize the conversation and bring more awareness to it. And so I do look at some of that proliferation when it comes into the market, and when we started getting the reports from like poison control and that some of these products were coming from smoke shops, it did worry me, and it worried me in a way that kind of damaged, because anything that came up at our level always reflects on dispensaries. If it comes up and it's cannabis related, which, make no mistake, cannabis is the same as hemp. There's no difference in the plant other than potency. So the more hemp that you got, you can get to our potency. You just need to synthetically make it. So just so everybody's kind of aware, those are the exact same plants. The only difference is potency in what we sell. So it is more just, I wanted to make everyone aware that that is something. And as I started talking to more of my community members and some of the teachers and the people that were kind of working towards some of this, I really felt like our involvement was important to share some of that experience and what we've kind of dealt with. Yeah, I mean, it's just the general lack of regulations. I mean, there are no regulations on a lot of the things that Ann just shared. And the packaging and the marketing to kids and the locations, like I just think it is something that the city and council should be very aware of, because we are seeing it across. And although we are seeing it across the country, and although that's not, an issue that everything can be solved within the city, I think there are things that we can do as we continue to take the steps that we need to at the state and federal level. So I just ask for any questions. We're always available, and for everyone to be aware of it. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Alrighty, that was the last speaker. on this particular item. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved, Your Honor.
Wait, hold on. Uh, What is it? Okay.
Madam Mayor, I would like to continue
Oh,
the
yes.
public hearing open
Yes,
so
yes,
that
yes.
we can consider some of the input that we received and bring it back to the next mayor and council meeting November 14th.
Okay.
Um,
All righty, I'm so sorry. You did say that you wanted to keep it open because there's a discussion that we want to continue. So we're not going to close the public hearing, and this time is reserved for council to discuss, right? Am I correct? I'm correct. So it's time for us to discuss, and so there, you want a motion? Already, motion to continue the public hearing. And
I'll
there's a
second
se-
that.
There's a second. Do you need roll call? Okay. All those in favor of continuing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Already, now is time for discussion. So I know that my colleagues on the council want to discuss. I just want to start discussion by thanking Councilmember Fimbres that has been really concerned and talking about this particular issue about regulating smoke shops. And so thank you, Councilmember Fimbres, Councilmember Santa Cruz, for bringing this item to our council. With that, I'll invite my colleagues to discuss. Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is really great feedback that we got tonight. Is it Mr. Miller? Is that your name? Thank you to the community for letting us know the potential unintended consequences of the definition of the percentages as it relates to sales. That's really, really great information. As Councilmember Cunningham said before, we can't anticipate everything, so we really rely on that feedback. So I'm glad that we're keeping this open, and I would definitely like to see that piece of the language addressed and looked at so that we're not inadvertently making a Circle K considered a smoke shop in these new requirements. So that's my only contribution, Mayor. I would just love for us to figure out what is most accurate to apply and have that for consideration in the future.
Councilmember Cunningham, and then Vice Mayor.
I know that some of these laws are governed by Tobacco 21. That's kind of where we're limited. So I'm just curious if we've considered, are we allowed, I didn't see it in the ordinance as I reviewed it. Are we allowed to limit smoke shops to only selling tobacco products if if Tobacco 21 wants to be applied? In other words, or are we allowed to, if they elect to sell Delta 8 or some of these other things they're talking about, can we say, okay, well then you can only be zoned in, C5 or whatever, C3?
Right. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Cunningham, I'm going to address Councilmember Lee's question first, and then I'll get right to yours. With respect to Mr. Miller's points and the letters that came in with respect to that, I can confirm on behalf of staff and the city manager that the intention of the proposal was never that it would apply to the convenience stores or the grocery stores. The definition was intended to base the threshold on the sales area or the sales space, not the sales revenues. And so if this item continues to move forward for your consideration, we will make that language change to make it clear that it really is just the smoke shops and not those other uses. Councilmember Cunningham, you are absolutely correct. This is a more limited scope in terms of the regulation that's being considered or put in front of the mayor and council. The T21, which we went through actually a couple years ago, really dealt with the nature, what constitutes a tobacco retail establishment, and that was expanded at that time to include the vape products. So they're already captured under that regulatory scheme. The issues that the speakers brought up about these other products, Delta 8, et cetera, it reminds me of what we went through with spice and some of the other things where it takes laws at the state and federal level time to catch up with the chemists in the labs who are coming up with these other synthesized drugs. and it takes a while to get them on the schedule of scheduled drugs or controlled substances. So their suggestion to address those concerns to the state and federal legislative authorities is the right one.
Thank you.
Alrighty, Vice Mayor?
So thank you for the explanation on that, and I agree with Nikki. Mr. Miller, thank you for the letter that you sent in. One of the questions I asked of staff when we were getting the briefing was what percentage of revenue sales in Circle K's or 7-Elevens does tobacco constitute, and nobody quite knew. And so we appreciate your filling that blank. I'm a little surprised it's 15 to 30% or whatever the numbers were, but that's a high number. The other concern that I would like staff to maybe do a little more recon on, and maybe with some of the groups that have spoken here tonight, is if we have a conversation about limiting the hours of operation, does that simply incentivize some of the existing shops to stay open 24 hours? And that's another potential unintended consequence, that if we're saying if you're a new one, you got to close at 10, and now, and whoever spoke about Campbell and Grant is right, there are two within a stone's throw of each other. Third one moves in. Now that third one is the new kid on the block, and the other two can stay open 24 hours. One already does, by the way. So maybe a little more deep dive into the implications of the limiting hours of operation, but I support continuing the item for those reasons.
I do see hands up with my colleagues that are with us virtually. Councilmember Fimbres and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can the mayor and council be reminded of how many smoke shops are there currently within the city of Tucson and by ward? How many licenses have been, excuse me, how many licenses have been issued by February 2023?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Fimbres, based on the staff's analysis, there are about 109 smoke shops as of May 2023. The breakdown by ward is 14 in Ward 1, 11 in Ward 2, 28 in Ward 3, 9 in Ward 4, 14 in Ward 5, and 33 in Ward 6.
Wow. Was 500 feet at 9,000 the only distance staff looked at for this discussion, and so why only these two figures?
So, Councilmember Fimbres, the distance separations that are in the proposal in front of the mayor and council, as you mentioned, the 500 and 1,000 feet, staff did conduct other analysis of smoke shops with other types of separators, including quarter mile, 1,320 feet, and including other sensitive uses, smoke shops, parks, schools, et cetera. And of course, as you increase the separation requirement, what you do is you significantly narrow the number of available commercial parcels that in the future could be used for smoke shops. So if there is further consideration about what the right number is for that separation requirement, staff would appreciate what your thoughts are on that so they can do the geospatial analysis and provide you with analysis of what impact that would have on where smoke shops would be allowed across the city.
Quarter mile, Mike.
What was that?
Quarter mile.
Right. Quarter mile would reduce the available commercial parcels to only about 30% of the existing would be available for the location of a smoke shop.
Thank you. I want to thank all the speakers that spoke against this issue, this saturation that we've seen every week, Madam Mayor. People come to council meetings, talk about saturation of liquor licenses. They held that on the south side. Now we're back to it again with smoke shops. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This question is for City Attorney Mike Rankin. Is there a reason that with these, like new regulations, why we can't still regulate hours of operation?
So Councilmember Santa Cruz, one of the proposals, actually one of the recommendations that came from the Planning Commission was to move forward with the staff recommendation, but with the additional restriction on hours of operation between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. They wouldn't be allowed to operate. So that is one of the proposals that is in front of the mayor and council. As staff noted, since these are zoning regulations, they only apply going forward, which means the existing 109 smoke shops would be grandfathered, if you will, legal nonconforming. And so the implication would be then if future locations would have those limitations on the hours of operation, would that, as Councilmember Vice Mayor Kozachik mentioned, actually incentivize the existing smoke shops to go, who aren't already at 24 hours, some are, to actually go to 24 hours to lock into their nonconforming right to do that? And or would it prevent part of the goal of what these zoning changes is, which is to try and fragment the existing clustering because existing smoke shops might be less inclined to go to a new location because if they did so, they would only be operating under the limited operating hours instead of the ability to operate where they are for 24 hours.
Mike, so, alcohol, being able to purchase alcohol has a limitation, right, on the hours that you're able to do that. So if we wanted to limit the time that people could buy, tobacco products or smoke shops, like, is that something that would have to happen at the state level? Like, we can't, have an ordinance that regulates their hours of operation, even for the ones that have already been operating?
All right, Councilmember Santa Cruz, your question is about the existing ones and imposing new time restrictions on them. The issue there is if we try to do that at the local level, that's a new land use regulation that's going to diminish the value of those existing businesses, which could trigger Prop 207 liability. That's why the proposal in terms of the Planning Commission's recommendation with respect to new hours of operation would only apply prospectively. So yes, the answer to your question is yes, that is something that would happen at the state level, which is how it happens with liquor licensing.
So basically, if we wanted to regulate existing smoke shops and their hours of operation, we would have to go to the state and ask for legislation to be able to do that, and then for us to enforce that.
Yes, and or only apply that restriction prospectively to new uses, which is part of the Planning Commission recommendation.
Okay, thank you. I know that we're gonna continue to have this conversation. I know that a lot of the feedback that we've gotten from community members is just also concerns about just like piles of trash outside of these types of businesses. That there's just a lot of activity, especially in the night hours. A lot of them being so close to neighborhoods. And they also just see, I think it'd be interesting to see any kinds of like calls for service at these locations. If we're like, the number of resources that we're having to deploy because some of these, businesses become a nuisance to neighborhoods and to the city. So just looking forward to hearing more from the community and having some kind of resolution on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor?
One more quick item that was raised in some of our correspondence was consideration of restriction, a space restriction in regard to parks. So if we could have an analysis as to what, say, a 500-foot restriction on proximity to parks would do in terms of the quantities and the build out for these.
If there are no additional comments, then we're going to leave the public hearing open and move on to the next item. Alrighty? Thank you so much, and I think that
And we
there.
should announce, go ahead and announce what the new public hearing date will be, so we don't have to
Okay.
do the new notice.
So the new public hearing date will be November 14th, 2023, at or after 5:30 PM here in the Mayor and Council chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Really appreciate the work, and, I think that there's additional commentary that we need to make sure is included in the language of the proposed ordinance. Thank you so much. Alrighty, we move on to item 10.
Public hearing bingo license Thunder Mountain Moose Lodge number 2475, resolution number 23684.
City Manager's Communication Number 331, dated October 17th, is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this time and place is legally advertised for a public hearing on a bingo license for Thunder Mountain Moose Lodge, number 2475. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Ms. Clerk, do we have any requests to speak for this item? If not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23684 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23684 relating to the city clerk approval of bingo license application for Thunder Moose Lodge number 2475.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, this is going to be a good thing for Thunder Mountain Moose Lodge. So with that, I want to move that we pass and adopt resolution number 23684.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Santa Cruz, you have your hand up. Was that from the previous discussion?
Yes, previous discussion, I'll lower it.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Alrighty, we need to go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Bingo.
Mix Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12048 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 11.
Zoning TPENT 1122-033, at Campbell Pads, C1, R2, and P to Pad. City Manager's Report. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 12050.
City Manager's Communication Number 330, dated October 17th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 2.36 acres from C1, R2, and P to Planned Area Development PAD zoning. Staff recommends adoption of the ordinance. The zoning examiner recommends approval of the ordinance. Is the applicant or representative present?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm Rory Juneman, 5983 East Grant Road, representing Mr. Scott Cummings on this rezoning.
Mr. Junman, are you agreeable or is your client agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, we are.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12050 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12050 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located at the southwest corner of 6th Street and Campbell Avenue, immediately adjacent to the University of Arizona campus located to the north across 6th Street in case TPENT 1122-033, at Campbell Planned Area Development, C1, R2, and P to Pad 48, and setting an effective date.
Vice Mayor Kozaczek.
Thank you, Mayor. Just over a year ago, we rejected this rezoning, and it's back in front of us now, and a lot has changed since then. And I need to say it's due to the willingness of all the parties to sit down and work together and really hammer out a deal. Thanks are due to the Rincon Heights Neighborhood Association, to Scott Cummings and his team in working to find common ground on this. The pad now has building heights that we all agree on, size and operations conditions for the retail, agreement on parking requirements, agreement on rooftop amenities, design review, and more. The group also finalized a community benefits agreement to cover items that are not included in the pad. The CBA has things such as a very significant donation to housing and community development for use in funding affordable housing programs in the city, a significant donation to Rincon Heights Neighborhood Association for parking and traffic mitigation, and a piece that simply wasn't possible a year ago, and that is a commitment by both sides to meet regularly after the C of O to discuss how the project is coexisting with the neighborhood. I'd like to, before I make the motion to approve this, invite Scott and/or his team up and representatives of the Rincon Neighborhood Association, and I see Tim Kinney here as well, to speak to the process and share your thoughts. So, Rory, Scott, Mark, Tim. I don't see Stacy here. I would have invited her up.
Good evening. My name is Scott Cummings. I think you're all well aware this has been a long, arduous rezoning or a planned area development. Both sides have given substantially. There are some things that I'm not going to get into details, some things that obviously I would like to have different, but we've all agreed to continue to work together, and that in the future some of these issues can be reevaluated and maybe changed. So I'm very pleased and thankful for everyone involved. And this has been more than just a 3-year process. This is about a 38-year process when I first bought a property in that area. And I am a firm believer in the Midtown area. I live in the Midtown area, and I couldn't be happier to have the green light to finally proceed. I think everyone will benefit from this. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I just want to thank Tim Kinney and Mark and Colby and all of the neighborhood for working with us and sticking with it. It was, it's been kind of a long process, but it's been a good process, and I think the results are really good. So I'm happy about it, and we just appreciate them, and I appreciate Scott for willing to work too. So thank you.
Mayor Romero, members of the council, my name is Tim Kinney. I am an attorney representing Rincon Heights. I've been representing them for close to 3 years now on this project, just under 3, I believe. And we're pleased that we can support the application tonight. And I'd like to thank Mr. Cummings for making the changes that we have tonight, making it something that I think the neighborhood can not only tolerate, but something that hopefully they can be happy to live next to and even visit it probably. One note is that Colby here was actually the president of the neighborhood association when we began this, and now I think there's been 2 or 3 presidents since him, so it's been a while. But I'll let them speak if they want to talk anything about the process.
Good evening. My name is Colby Henley. I'm a resident in Rincon Heights neighborhood. Been involved in this project since the beginning, and as Councilmember Kazanchik stated, a lot has changed in this second round. We've been very glad to work with Mr. Cummings' team and able to negotiate and come to agreement on a wide variety of issues, and to see all those laid out in agreements. And so we're here to support the pad that's before you this evening. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark Homan. I have lived in this neighborhood for 47 years now, seen a lot of changes. And one of the things I wanted to note is that this neighborhood is a remarkable neighborhood for wanting to do something not only for itself, but for the community as well. So we are not opposed to good development. We are not opposed to density because we would like to see a vibrant community rather than a sprawling one. And so we are supportive of good development. What we were first presented with did not meet our definition of good development. And we appreciate Councilmember Kazanchik and members of the council. And Mayor Romero, my apologies for not acknowledging before I started speaking. Because you kind of held the bar high so that we could continue to work together to produce something that the neighborhood would be proud of, the community should be proud of, and it would be good development benefiting everyone. And the note about affordable housing is important for us. It was a critical issue in our neighborhood, so that development of this sort should come along with affordable housing, and we would like the affordable housing to be in our neighborhood, not just the concept of affordable housing, so that we hope that that's something that can occur here. with the contribution that Mr. Cummings is willing to make and the work that we would be willing to do with the city. So thank you very much.
And if there are any questions that the council or the mayor have about this, open it up, and if not, we'll go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to start by thanking all involved, Scott, Mr. Cummings, and Mr. Junman, all of the Rincon neighbors, for really sitting down and saying, okay, how are you going to make this happen? And bringing together concepts that are good for the neighborhood, but also good for the landowner. And I agree, Mr. Homan. I think that with all of this work that you've done together, we will see something coming out of the ground in that area that everyone can be proud of. And we wanted to particularly thank Vice Mayor Kosacic, because it takes a lot of time also from the council offices to sit down and really bring everyone together to come to a good conclusion. So congratulations. I'm glad that we're here today. Looking forward to seeing what's going to come out of the ground, Mr. Cummings. It's a really beautiful opportunity for the neighborhood and for the community. So Councilmember Cunningham, and I don't know if there's others that want to say something.
I just wanted to say that when I talked to the two of you last year, so Mark and Scott are two of the best people I know. And when I talked to the two of you last year, right after the vote, I wasn't sure this day would come, but I had faith because you guys are two of the best people I know. And that's one of the reasons I think we're here. So thank you so much, both of you. It means a lot. This is something that this is such a big deal for what we're going to do in the next 25 to 30 years. And this is kind of one of those first ones. So it's outstanding. Thank you.
Any others? Councilmember Dahl.
Madam Mayor, I'm basically going to repeat what you said a little differently. Congratulations to our colleague, Vice Mayor Kosacic. You lead the way in showing us how to get these things started and done. Rory, I'm so pleased that this example was part of your portfolio. Do this every time. To the neighborhood leaders, please teach other neighborhood leaders how to do this. Mr. Cummings, congratulations. I hope it's a very successful project for you. I am so happy to vote for this. Thank you.
Any others? Hearing none, we would like to go to roll call, correct? Oh, we need a motion.
Make the motion that we approve the rezoning pad.
So there's a motion to approve the request for rezoning as recommended by the zoning examiner.
Second, Your Honor.
And pass and adopt ordinance number 12050. There's a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion points, let's go to roll call.
Before roll call, I'll read the title into the record. Ordinance number 12050 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located at the southwest corner of 6th Street and Campbell Avenue, immediately adjacent to the University of Arizona campus, located to the north across 6th Street in case TP ENT 1122-033, 6 at Campbell Planned Area Development, C1, R2, and P to pad 48, and setting an effective date. Roll call. Sorry. Mr. Kosacic?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Great job. Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12050 passes by a vote of 7-0. Good job. Thank you, everyone. Very much. Item 12.
Tucson Water, One Water 2100 Plan, Resolution number 23686.
City Manager's Communication number 333 dated October 17th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23686 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23686 relating to Tucson Water, authorizing adoption and approval of the One Water 2100 Plan, September 2023, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I move that we pass and adopt Water 2100.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank Jamie Galida from Tucson Water and the dozens of staff, and sorry that I'm reading this, I want to get my words pretty good on this. The dozens of staff who worked on elements of this plan under the leadership of Director Kmek over the last 4 years. I will not be voting in support of One Water Plan, but this is not intended to diminish the countless hours, talent, and hard work that went into it, and the fact that we have before us a supply-side water plan that is comprehensive. I'm voting no more to make a point that there is more planning to be done in 2 areas, water conservation and preparing for climate change. The context of my vote is that we're coming off the hottest summer ever recorded. In the past 6 months, we have witnessed horrific fires, catastrophic flooding, relentless record-breaking heat across the globe. The year 2023 is shaping up to be a tipping point in our fight against climate change. This week in Tucson alone, we are running over 10 degrees above average, and we broke another record high temperature just yesterday. I want to recognize, acknowledge, appreciate, and love the leadership of the mayor and council, especially Mayor Romero, on climate and water policy. I just fear that we need to do more to meet the urgency of this moment. My concern with the One Water Plan is the lack of specifics and deliverables regarding water conservation and demand management. There are no measurable goals for reducing overall consumption, and no new programs, incentives, or regulations proposed. Tucson Water and Tucson residents have been very good at water conservation to date. Award-winning good, which is pointed out in the plan, but we can't rest on our laurels. At this point, public outreach and education are not enough. Additionally, we need to better integrate the plan with our Tucson Resilient Together efforts on climate change. And part of it was 2 planning processes at the same time. When do we sync? When do we talk to each other from those silos? Now's the time, I think we need to get those 2 together. And talking with Director Kmek, Tucson Water will do an annual implementation plan for this water plan, and I think that would be the point where these things can come in. So I'm not being critical, I'm making a point, and I hope everybody understands that. But I do want to make some specific points. For instance, what is the carbon footprint of the great reliance on recycled and treated wastewater, which will be in our future? I understand it takes a lot of energy to accomplish that. But on the other hand, we know that every gallon of water saved is a gallon of water we don't have to treat and deliver. There is nothing cheaper or more efficient than water we don't have to use. Of the 5 guiding principles in One Water document on page 18, 2 need better attention as we go forward. Number 3, enhance the community by restoring riparian areas and increasing urban canopy. You saw my tree earlier. And number 4, to achieve affordability, accessibility, and social justice. We have to keep those in mind as we go forward. They just need to be more detailed and further fleshed out. Finally, I think it's our responsibility, Mayor and colleagues, that we need to put in place some of these policy changes to strengthen our efforts in water conservation and climate change going forward. And I know that we're going to. Thank you.
All righty. Councilmember Cunningham.
So the reason that I made the motion and I'm supporting it and voting for it in our 588-page comprehensive plan is because it leaves no stone uncovered, and 2, it gives us opportunities to adapt over the next 77 years. What's really cool is that one of the things you brought up was carbon footprint. I think there's a really good opportunity that we're going to have renewables being the energy piece in that long term. And I think that's actually outlined in part of the plan. So I think there's some pieces in there that I know that we can go into the weeds and say, well, what about this one thing? Well, there's no way possible that this plan doesn't allow us to put that in. I think we're going to be able to set those goals. This is basically a manifestation of all the work we've done in the past 40 years in water stewardship. We lead the way in the country and in Arizona. We look around the country, we look around at other cities, the water situation we're in. We even look at water-rich areas that have polluted their watershed and have not been good stewards, and they're nowhere near in the shape that we are. So I'm really proud of this document. I'm proud to support it, and I'm proud to make the motion to adopt it. I think it's something that's going to act as a guide for us to continue the work we've done now and continue the opportunity for Tucson to thrive for generations to come.
Any others?
Yeah.
Vice Mayor.
Just real quick, the only criticism that I've heard of the plan is that it doesn't address treatment of surface waters. I understand that is a stone that was left unturned, and yet it is a roadmap, and it's a roadmap that each year during the implementation phases, plural, we can fill in those blanks and make those policy decisions. And I agree with Paul that there's no way we can anticipate the evolution of technology, the evolution of other options that will come in terms of conservation. We will do those. I mean, this council and this city, the residents, it's in our DNA. And so we'll get those done. But yet a healthy surface water in and around our region may be the canary in the coal mine that is announcing the resource dependency that we have, and you have spoken so eloquently about in terms of having kind of a confined aquifer. And so we have what we have, and we got to protect that. But I'm going to be supporting it because I know that as the years go on, we'll be making those policy decisions in the implementation phases and kind of filling in the blanks that we're leaving right now. But this is a 30,000-foot roadmap, and I think it's a good piece of work.
I agree with you, Vice Mayor and Councilmember Cunningham. I'm very proud of the work that has been done, and I want to thank the outstanding leadership of Jamie Galata, Tim Tamir at the City Manager's Office, John Kimmick, our Tucson Water Director, Silvia Amparano, and the entire Tucson Water team for the foresight of this plan. This is the first time that the City of Tucson and Tucson Water do use this approach where we really are treating every water source as an important source of water, from stormwater to rainwater to gray water to recycled water and surface water. Every single drop is equally valuable. And I think that we have that opportunity in the implementation plan period every single year to be able to adjust our priorities based on the needs that the city sees we need. But we have been, the citizens of Tucson and our Tucson Water utility have been leading the way. I would venture to say not just in the Southwest, even in Arizona, but in the entire country, in the work that we have doing and the conservation ethic that we have built through decades worth of education and action taken by previous mayor and councils and this one to be able to plan for the future. Water 2100 continues to innovate in what we're doing as a community. So very proud of the team, very proud of what we're doing. I love that the Climate Adaptation and Action Plan team has been coordinating with the One Water 2100 team to ensure that the community's concerns around climate and water are being heard and incorporated. And both of these plans, this is something that I've been very insistent on. Both of the plans, the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, Tucson Resilient Together, and Water 2100, will be included and will be informing the city's general plan update. So that in itself is innovative and substantial. I look forward to working with my colleague, not just Councilmember Dahl, which is very knowledgeable on this, but all of the council and the community on the implementation plan, which with Tucson Resilient Together, that's where we take action. And looking forward to the implementation plan piece of this. But I want to congratulate all of us, the community, our Tucson Water team for such an incredible and innovative plan. Any others? Alrighty, so we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, then we need to go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
First, we left out Chris Avery. We left out Chris Avery and also canary in a coal mine. Steve, I'm using that. Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
No.
Mix Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution 23686 passes by a vote of 6-1. Item 13,
Mayor and council rules and regulations, electronic attendance and hybrid meeting format of mayor and council and city boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 334 dated October 17th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23687 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23687 relating to the mayor and council amending the mayor and council rules and regulations to, one, formally reflect the Tucson Charter's requirements that the mayor have equal voting rights in passing emergency measures and be included in calculating a quorum for mayor and council meetings. Two, update the provisions relating to electronic attendance, video conferencing, and hybrid meeting format for mayor and council meetings. Three, also provide the option of electronic attendance, video conferencing, and hybrid meeting format under specified conditions for members of boards, committees, and commissions, BCCs, that vote to approve such changes to their meeting format. Four, formally authorize the city clerk's practice already implemented of making proposed ordinances available to the public through online posting as well as at the city clerk's office. And five, clarify that the call to the audience at mayor and council meetings refers to persons attending in person, amending sections 1A4, 1A12, 1G9, 1J3, and 1M8, and adding new section 1G10 and declaring an emergency. And Mayor, if I could, just if this is adopted by mayor and council, we will make a couple of formatting changes to number 10 on the rules, just to clarify some of the issue, or not issues, but just to make it clear that the BCC needs to vote on the format of their meeting as a group.
Okay. All righty. What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I'd move to adopt Resolution 23687 related to various mayor and council rules and regulations.
Second, Your Honor.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item?
I have two questions, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, council member.
Will BCCs be able to function as hybrids for meetings if a BCC member cannot attend in person?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, under the changes in the rules, it will give the flexibility to the BCCs to have hybrid meetings. They will have to choose to do that, and there will be some conditions around that to make sure that the meetings are held in locations where we have the capability to effectively carry out the meetings in a hybrid fashion.
Good. Can the mayor and council be reminded of the proposal in terms of BCCs about meeting types, locations, and otherwise?
So, Councilmember Fimbres, yes, and the changes do incorporate that flexibility for the BCCs. It does describe the types of meeting locations that will be able to be used for the hybrid meetings. But it also does leave with the BCCs the authority to make decisions among their voting membership about what types of meetings they will have going forward. It also does have special provisions for any individual BCC members with disabilities so that they can attend meetings by electronic means.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it.
Thank you, council members. Any other questions, observations, comments? All righty. Without none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mix Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23687 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 14,
Adjournment.
council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, November 14th, 2023, at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful week.